The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Greetings. How are you? Feeling good? Looking good? Whatever. I'm Alan. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Colton with the boys.
Sorry. Mary Santora is in as well.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Bill hit us up in the group text this morning and said Bernie Madoff died. And Poundcake said, who's Bernie Madoff? And, you know, obviously we go, ha, 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 whatever. Mm-hmm. But, again, I don't know that if I were Poundcake, I'd know who Bernie Madoff was. A guy who stole from a bunch of old rich white people.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That guy's not on your radar.
Yeah, I guess that whole thing was when Poundcake was still in high school, probably.
After I was Googling, I found out that he made off with billions of dollars and got sentenced to a lot of years in prison.
It's a good thing that I just opened up that old pack of MMS balloons, because I'm going to give one to Poundcake, because he's the 100th millionth person to make that Bernie Madoff joke, and that's got to be worth something, if nothing else.
Take a balloon.
An MMS.
You ain't about to
They're
threaten
not
me
really
with a good
balloons
time
anymore. They're more just what was a balloon.
It's like a mass. It was.
I thought they were whoopee cushions when you took them out.
Oh, they're 36-inch balloons. Old because since we're moving downtown in a few months, they're cleaning out all of the promotional cages, and so we have tables in the back that are just covered with this dumb crap that no one ever wanted.
You couldn't blow this up if you wanted to, Cody.
But that was on the floor, and I didn't realize what it was, and I picked it up and thought maybe it was just something that Mary had dropped.
Stinks.
And it was a shrink-wrapped pack of a bunch of old white balloons with the MMS logo on them. I don't know how old, but they've been in that package for so long that it took me a little bit to separate them.
And then when you went to pull
apart,
it just broke. I don't think I've ever seen a balloon break.
Well, not peel away like that. I mean, balloons break, but yeah, peel away. But
no, you see them pop.
Huh?
You see balloons pop, but you don't see them.
Well, the way I was pulling it at the neck, I could see that because that's where it tore. I could see that, maybe a tearing there. But yes, Bernie Madoff died at 82 years old. He died in prison. I think he had like a 125-year sentence or something. He had ruined a lot of lives, including his own. Drudge Report had Madoff in hell, which I was like, well, that's cute, but he's just dead, But he did operate the largest Ponzi scheme in world history. Well, you know this, Poundcake, now, because you Google him. So far.
We got all this Bitcoin and Dogecoin and all this stuff. You always call that a online money laundering scheme.
That's what people want. People want decentralized currency for nothing good. Classic pump and dump. But Bernie Madoff, largest financial fraud in U.S. history. One guy, by the way. Normally you would see that attached to like a corporation or Enron, something like that. Bernie Madoff. The fraud was estimated at $65 billion. He had 37,000 victims in 136 countries. He had celebrity victims. One of his good friends were the Wilpon family, who owned the New York Mets. And a lot of Mets fans blamed Bernie Madoff for the last decade, among other things, not obviously, but, the Wilpons ended up recently selling that team and making a good chunk of change. They sold it for a couple $2 billion. But for the last decade, because they had lost a lot with Bernie Madoff, they basically clamped down. They were running the Mets on a shoestring. They weren't putting money into the team. You know, it was a decade of austerity, which really frustrated Mets fans, but it was mostly because of Bernie Madoff.
How could any baseball fan deal with a team that is afraid to spend money?
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Super, super rich people who won't invest in one of their properties? Come on.
Right, and they end up having a payroll that's less than some players make in a single season. Whew.
Perish the thought. So, he had his share of celebrity victims. Among them, by the way, I don't remember if I had Kevin Bacon on the show here or when I was on in Detroit. Do you remember Kevin Bacon being on the show?
I thought you did have him call in, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Well, Kevin...
I think you played it on both, honestly, because I think you're pretty excited about it.
What Kevin Bacon, what his people said first off was, do not ask him about Bernie Madoff. Because he and his wife, the lovely Kira Sedgwick, they lost about $100 million with Bernie Madoff. So Kevin Bacon was like the top line celebrity. There were other people that had lost money with Bernie Madoff. A few million here, a few million there. Steven Spielberg lost some money, but that guy's crazy rich. So, you know, Zsa Zsa Gabor, remember her?
Oh, yeah.
But what exactly, I read that it was a Ponzi scheme, but what exactly did it entail? Like, oh, put your money in here and you'll get
a Ponzi scheme,
back?
it's basically you're taking people's money and you're using it to pay other people. So whereas a normal financial advisor will say, well, your investment, you're looking at, a certain percentage of return. And the reason that Bernie Madoff was so attractive was that he guaranteed these huge returns, where if you really thought about it, you'd go, something's weird here. But when really rich people are throwing their money around, who's paying attention? So he was telling people, I will guarantee you... They did a movie on HBO where Robert De Niro played Bernie Madoff called The Wizard of Lies. And he would say, I guarantee you like 15, 20% return annually, which is bananas. But people got greedy. And so basically what it was Ponzi scheme is you're taking other people's money to pay other people. You know what I mean?
You keep a portion of it, right?
You
would
do,
have
yes.
to keep some, or otherwise what's the point?
Right, his books were all fake, and these investments were, right. You're just taking other people's money.
It's a shell game.
I'm going to put this into my fund, But Kevin Bacon's people were like, specifically, do not ask him about Bernie Madoff, because it was a sore point. Of course, the first thing I did was ask him about Bernie Madoff. And I'm usually not that kind of guy, and I try to kind of soften the blow. I go, look, I want to ask you about Bernie Madoff. And he said,
get out of here.
I wish I had the clip because it was just dead silence. And I go, listen, man, I can't even imagine. I really wish I had that because I'm not going to paraphrase it very well.
Why would you do that if
because
they specifically asked you not to?
I don't listen to publicists when they tell me not to ask stuff. If you do that, that's the first thing I'm going to ask. I'm not a gotcha guy, but don't tell me what to ask or not to ask. If you specifically tell me, don't ask this, I will ask that question.
Don't ask me about my upcoming album recording.
So I'm talking to Kevin Bacon.
See?
And it was just,
well, you're not a publicist.
It was just that,
loophole.
Have your publicist call Alan.
Poundcake, be my publicist.
And I was basically like, I go, I don't care about the money stuff. I go, but just talk to me about that process. And he was kind of like, he was pretty curt about it. And to his credit, he didn't hang up, and we had an okay conversation. But I was genuinely curious about. And by the way, I put that on his publicist.
No,
don't tell me.
She
yes.
did her job, or he. Because, like, if there was something that you didn't want to talk about, you're like, hey, I will do this interview as long as we don't talk about this. He had every right to hang up.
But it also,
I know he didn't, but
it also wasn't. But it wasn't front page news. So if the only thing people were talking about in conjunction with Kevin Bacon was Bernie Madoff, I could see them going, hey. And listen, there have been times where publicists have asked me, could you not mention this? And if I don't care about it, I won't. The Bernie Madoff thing, I was genuinely curious.
That's mean. I think that's mean to do.
It's not mean.
Because they're specifically saying, hey, this is a sore spot. I'd like to not discuss this.
Right, but I wasn't like, hey, man, how did you not see that coming? That must suck.
Yeah, you weren't kicking them down. You were asking the human element of it.
I'm not that guy. I'm not like, oh, my God.
But then you also try and work in some of his more famous roles and be like, Oh, after you lost all that money, did you feel like a hollow man?
When are you doing that album recording?
They just canceled it.
Oh, no.
No, May 7th through 9th at Hilarities.
He flew too close to the sun on wings of comedy. That guy.
If I lost all that money, I'd be like, shaking, like tremors.
So he lost a lot of money. But Bernie Madoff's whole family, because he put his brother and his niece in the business, and so they got sent, like the brother got sent to jail. His son died of lymphoma. His other son hanged himself. The wife's living in like a 1-bedroom condo in Fort Lauderdale now or something. So
he was just
pretty
tired.
wild.
He was probably just tired of people whispering about him. It just always felt like there was a stir of echoes.
Are you talking about Bernie Madoff?
Yes.
Or are you about Bernie Madoff?
Come on, Bill's got last.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, and I also got silence and,
he sure did.
and mockery from it.
That's right. I will give you 75% of his laughs. How do you like
Thank you.
that?
Appreciate it.
I was trying to use him as a cautionary tale, Mary. Those were laughs of mockery, not enjoyment. All right, listen, I've got a break. And please, publicists, do not ask me how much money I lost with Bernie Madoff. All right? It's a sore spot. I gave him $5 one time, and I did not see a return on that. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. I want to watch live there. Next chance to grab some money, by the way. You can go fund yourself. I'll have $1,000 for you coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
football gods answered my prayers. If there are football gods, all I wanted was for Cleveland to get back into the goofy name business, and they did it. The news broke around noon today that the Browns signed Let's try that again.
Come on,
I'm so excited. Jadeveon Clowney. Jadeveon, yeah? Jadeveon Clowney, not since the days of Barkevius Mingo, who I got to go a couple of rounds with because he played for the Browns and then played for the Bears. They signed Jadeveon Clowney from the Titans. I think he got hurt with them, right? And they cut him loose or something, and I feel like it was a little wobbly there.
No, I mean, he just, he's been doing like these one-year deals because he wanted a real big deal, and he just hasn't ever, he was a number 1 overall pick, I believe, and I don't think he ever reached
He hasn't produced
the potential.
yet, really?
I mean, he has,
yeah,
but he never became like the dominant force that they thought he was going to be. He's just been like a solid player.
Okay.
So now he's just taking these one-year deals until he finds a team where he can really, you know, do some damage. And I think he could do some good damage with the Browns because he doesn't have to be the main guy.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good, they've done a lot this offseason to improve their defense. And you have Myles Garrett on the other side, so it's going to make it very hard for teams to plan against those two guys on the edge.
Well, they gave him a one-year deal. They're going to pay him $10 million. So congratulations to the Browns. Congratulations to him. We have a Clowney. We got a Brownie Clowney. I hope they do something with that. I hope they merch that out. The ass, because you've already got the Brownie, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do the Clowney Brownie. You just take that body, you put his face and helmet on it, and you got yourself a brand new bobblehead. The NFL Draft, if you've seen photos of, you might have even seen the ESPN crews around town shooting B-roll for the NFL Draft, which is going to be here a couple of weeks from tomorrow, I think, is when it starts up. And they're building that big thing down on the lake.
Yeah, very cool.
To host it, they announced that Kings of Leon are going to open the festivities, at the theater. Where have Kings of Leon been? We saw them about a year after we came to Cleveland. We were way into Kings of Leon.
They've just been coasting.
Still having sex on fire.
And we saw them at Blossom, and it was a dynamite show. They were really good, but I feel like they were super hot for 10 years ago. And then one by one, they married models and decamped back to Nashville or something, I guess. But anyway, so Kings of Leon are going to be opening the whole thing on the 29th at the NFL Draft Concert Series, which will be going on downtown there, and they're going to be rolling out a whole spate of activities. Ann Wilson from the band Heart, she's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She's going to sing the national anthem. Ann is the brunette. Nancy is the blonde, if you're keeping score at home. Nancy Wilson's the one married to Cameron Crowe. And they're going to have the Cleveland Metropolitan School District's all-city choir is going to be performing a song that Poundcake knows and loves. They're going to be performing the Black National Anthem. What is the Black National Anthem?
Lift every voice and sing.
Lift every voice and sing. This very song, sung by the legendary Shuby Taylor. I'm not joking. That is his rendition of the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. The late Shuby Taylor, the human horn. Now, why can't they have the Cleveland Metropolitan School District's all-city choir do this version?
Do you know that they're not?
I feel like they would have put a spotlight on that if this were going to be the version. Cleveland cover band The Sunrise Jones will serve as the house band. So I guess that's... What's that?
Oh, the poppy part.
Oh, the poppy part. So a lot of stuff planned. They're going to be announcing headlining acts for nights 2 and 3 in the coming weeks. They're going to have an NFL Draft red carpet right there at the plot. Right there at the... Right. You want to wrap it up, pal? Okay. Go ahead. Bring it on home. Bring it on home. Make everybody proud. Okay. There will be... Oh, he's just bailing. Okay. It'll be televised in the NFL Network beginning at 6 Eastern. So the NFL Draft here in Cleveland kicks off 2 weeks from tomorrow night. Downtown. Very exciting.
Gay.
What are you, gay? Oh, yeah? All right. Well, you wouldn't want to go down and see the Sunrise Jones? Wouldn't want to see the Cleveland Metro School District's all-city choir?
Nah.
No, really?
I'm good.
Get down there on the lake, and I think you have to be vaccinated or something. You got to show them proof of purchase if you want to be in there in the crowd.
Yeah,
they're going to have people at the Draft Theater, but if you want those tickets, and usually those tickets are given to industry people anyway. It's usually not civilians that are there.
Well, they want some.
But this
fan
year,
aspect,
I bet,
though.
huh?
They want fans there to react to the picks.
Right. But what I'm saying is that normally it's like the Super Bowl, right? By the time people buy tickets for the Super Bowl, about 85% of those tickets are gone because they're gone to companies and they're gone to, you know. So I can't imagine that the NFL Draft is any different. But in a year where you have to be vaccinated to be in there, it might make it a little easier for the average vaccinated Joe to get there to the NFL Draft. Be there to watch the whole thing. So they're going to show all 3 days on ESPN and ABC, and I guess whatever other Disney properties there are will probably have the NFL Draft over there. It'll probably be on
Disney Plus.
Disney Plus. Sure. You think they'll put it on Disney Plus?
Yeah, the Falcons in the winter.
There you go.
Football games.
Yep. Followed by the brand new Big Shot starring John Stamos on Disney Plus.
That any good? I haven't watched that one.
It drops Friday, I believe,
okay.
but I've heard it's very good. And frankly, I like John Stamos, right? I mean, I
root for him.
I just like the guy. Yeah.
Got nothing against Stamos.
Yeah. Alan, for what it's worth, Kings of Leon just dropped a new album earlier this year. Oh, right, because they made it an NFT.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Yeah. They made it an NFT, and yet nobody knew there was a new Kings of Leon album out.
What's an NFT?
He doesn't listen to the show, Mary. I know you were going to say that, but I don't want to make you the bad guy, so I will say it. I'll happily be the bad guy, because what the hell I normally am, right? He doesn't listen to the show. It is a non-fungible token. It's what Bill is trying to sell. His fart in a stairwell or whatever it is.
No,
it's the Lady and the Tramp. What's it called?
The News Queen and the Simp.
The News Queen and the Simp.
Yes, and there's a comment that Natalie Herbeck made praising me, and I was praising her back. And so I screenshotted it and made it into an NFT. And still no bids.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You have about a dozen of these every day, so listen closely. Boot up WMMS.com and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword budget at WMMS.com. That's budget. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What's going on, man?
Hey, Mary. You're hilarious.
Oh, thanks.
Bill, keep trying, man. Someday
Okay, cool.
Come on.
I get it.
Everyone's got to kick him in the balls.
It's constant.
All right.
There's a lot of that.
Bill,
okay, hey.
It's
all right. It's all right, man.
Wait.
Everyone stop talking.
Let's go to our respective corners and find out what Ian actually called for.
I don't really want to hear what he has to say.
I do.
Your show.
All right, well, I'm just saying, I don't really think it's going to be all that interesting.
Ian, Bill's putting you in the no column.
I'm just saying you better really bring it if you think you're going to come on the show and call in and just really, do some good stuff. All right, let's hear it.
Do you guys know how conversations work? When one person is talking, the other person is usually waiting. Okay, Ian, go ahead.
Thank you. Bill, I tagged you in a comment on Natalie's post on Instagram yesterday saying that you'd like her to come on the show because you'd like to help her with her self-tanning issue. You replied to my comment, but I was wondering, have you seen it in the last 10 minutes or so?
No, I've been working.
Okay.
Yeah, it might not seem like it, Ian, but we're doing a job right now.
Well, I knew you were, Alan. I didn't. He doesn't really.
Well, he's going in again. We all are doing a job, Ian. We're all at work right now.
Bill, open her Instagram and look. She replied to you.
Is this something that we want to do in real time,
It
or
looks like we're doing it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I figured he could. Yeah, I mean, I take all of.
But Ian, what is your interest in it?
She said, "I'd love to visit you guys when it's allowed."
There you go.
Well, we'll have her down when we open up the new. We're going to have a cavalcade of stars when we get in those new studios downtown. What's up?
Right. So, I said you're welcome, Bill. So now.
Do you think I don't know how to work Instagram notifications?
Oh, Ian's taking the credit somehow for
100%.
Yeah. Oh, because you
replied to my comment.
You thought you were the only person that hit her up in real life or otherwise and said, "Hey, they're talking about John Alan Cox."
She didn't actually reply to your comment. She
no,
replied
I'm
to
not
my comment.
The only one.
And she also is DM'd with me and stuff.
Ian,
she understands the bit.
Ian, thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
All right, there you go. There's Ian, who's really
I'm prickly today. I'm sorry.
excited about.
See that?
By the way,
it's
we had a conversation yesterday about Natalie Herbig. This is the first time, Bill, that you've ever asked me to include a segment in the Week in Cox.
I just thought it was funny.
He asked me to include the Natalie Herbig segment from yesterday's show in the Week in Cox, which airs Sunday mornings. You've never done that before.
I know, but I just thought it was a funny segment, and people were cracking up over it. You guys were taking the piss out of me, and it was funny.
People are cracking up over all the segments. That's why how many times have I said it? The Week in Cox is so hard to do. And how am I going to take 20 hours a week and distill it down into 2?
And I was just giving
It's unfathomable.
As a suggestion, if you wanted to do it. I didn't say, Alan, you must do this. I just thought it was a funny segment, and I was wondering if you were using it.
You'll be happy to know I've accommodated your request.
Well, thank you very much.
And so the segment is he had a name for the segment and everything.
We could call it.
We could call it Billy Lotion, is what he said.
Ew.
Well, you know the singer Billy Ocean?
No, I do.
Okay.
Now I do. Right, yeah. So she said that when it's appropriate, she'll come on the show.
That sounds great.
I'd love to come visit you when it's allowed.
There you go. Did she mean allowed for her or for us?
ALOUD? So.
That's not what she did.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God, I was like,
your whole face dropped.
My enjoyment of her just went to zero.
That's
okay, good. I would have been very surprised had that been the case that she spelled allowed ALOUD.
I'm like, wow, she's just like me. I'm like, see, a professional in the biz.
I can be a news anchor too.
The possibilities are endless.
It's just
I love her.
It's a rocket ride to the top for Poundcake.
Now I'm listening to the show.
See, there's all kinds of dummies like me in this business. Nothing can stop me. I'm top of the world, man.
She's not coming now.
Whereas most people, they would go, oh no. Poundcake goes, see? he takes it as a compliment that they're now. Just to be clear, she did not do that.
No,
right?
no.
I was getting ready to hit the buzzer. I was like, "See, I'm not the only one that does this. Call her out."
We're riffing here. But,
and Poundcake, if you need some help with the self tanner, you let me know.
Will do.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing self tanner? Oh,
yeah,
I don't know.
Portland. He wants to look nice and tan.
Well,
it's gonna be 80 degrees when I get there. So I heard.
When do you fly out?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so it's Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday, like I get notifications now that I have like it saved to my calendar.
Wouldn't it be amazing if he accidentally bought tickets to Portland, Maine?
I would love that.
And he shows
I
up
would
and they're
love that
like,
so much.
"How much is a lobster roll?" And he's like, "What?"
If that was the case, I would just make a...
You'd have to make the best of it.
Yeah, I would make a weekend.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
going to be beautiful this weekend there. 75, 79, 82, 82.
There you go.
Sunny every day.
The one sunny weekend that they get, and he's going to be there.
That's awesome. Good for you. 46, 48, 52.
I remember it popped up in my memories again. 10 years ago, I hosted this thing for the Discovery Channel in Seattle. And we have friends there, and so we got so frigging lucky that it was beautiful. We were there for like 5 days. It was beautiful in Seattle all those days.
I was in Seattle.
I mean, Ohio gets more rain technically than the state of Washington does, but still,
Yeah.
it was gorgeous.
I was in Seattle in the fall, in October of 2019. And I liked it. I mean, it was rainy and 50, but it felt right there. I don't know. It's
hoodie
everything
weather.
smelled good.
Can I tell you how dumb I felt when I was planning my trip out there? I'm like, all right, so I'll bring my passport. We can go over the border. I was like, I've always wanted to go to Vancouver, and I never got a chance to. And my roommate was like, what are you talking about? And I was
Go ahead.
And he was like, Vancouver. I'm like, yeah, Vancouver. He's like, you mean Vancouver, Oregon? I was like, oh. I thought it was Vancouver. Trans people ruined everything.
It is. You just can't go over there. It's like Niagara Falls is on the New York side, and it's also on the Canadian side. You can't go. There's Vancouver Island. I don't know what you can do over there, but you can't get into British Columbia.
But I'm talking about that's in Seattle. I'm going to Oregon.
Well, Vancouver is also not in Seattle.
But I know
He thought that Portland was...
He thought he could
make a day trip out of going to Vancouver.
I see.
That's why I said I was going to bring my passport. But
Right.
he's like, there's a Vancouver, Oregon. And I was like, oh. I just immediately saw Vancouver. I was like, oh, great. I've never been to that side of Canada. I'm about to get lit. I've never been to Vancouver.
I'll tell you what. I didn't know there was a Vancouver, Oregon.
I just looked up.
That would jam me up, too, if I got to...
Looked up Portland, and then I saw Vancouver. I was like, oh. So I immediately thought Vancouver, Canada. Stupid.
I'm going to go to Texas. I'm going to visit Austin and Paris. It's going to be great.
Because I'm
Never been
stupid.
to Paris.
Because I'm stupid.
Yeah, no, I didn't know there was a Vancouver, Oregon.
Yep.
Okay, well, there you go. Enjoy that whole thing. But,
Or did you think that Oregon bordered Canada?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Like just seeing it, I am used to seeing like, okay.
He forgot a state.
Yeah.
Well, I was used to seeing Seattle and then, Vancouver right up there.
Right. You think of those as being closer together than they actually
Yes.
are. Those states are gigantic. Like
Oh, yeah.
Washington, Oregon, because it's, is it 3 states that are the whole coast? It's Washington, Oregon, and California. And California, just driving from like tip to tip is like a 12-hour drive.
Yeah, the coast of Cali.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that in October.
Mary's going tip to tip. I told you better see if that chunk of PCH has been fixed.
You don't tell me what to do.
Understood. I don't want to road-splain anything to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a break. You want to get a text in here, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back after.
up and you have to get a doctor to pull it out again.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007. People are telling me that Vancouver, it's not in Oregon, but it's suburban Portland technically because it's across the river. It's in Washington. That's what people are telling me. If that's true, who knows? It could, I don't know.
Well, still.
I was going to say, I've never heard of Vancouver, Oregon.
Popped up on a map in big bold letters, so I was like, ooh, that's a big city. Like, I know Vancouver. You see it and you think Vancouver, Canada. So I was none the wiser.
Understood. Well, and it's, you're going to be discovering so many fun things, Poundcake, on your trip.
I have to Uber
so many fun things.
On my own once I get there because my roommate's working from home, so he can't leave.
So you're going there with friends, or you have friends that live there and you're meeting them?
So what's happening is I have friends that I'm going with. I'm flying with friends, but they are celebrating their anniversary. So they, because I'm staying with my gays, they got a hotel to themselves. So we are flying together and we're going to hang out together, but they want to sleep separately. So they got a hotel, I don't know, somewhere across town. So we're not going to the same destination.
Poundcake actually reminded me of something that I forgot. He comes in the break. We're out tomorrow and Friday, so I've been racing, the last couple of days to get everything done. So for when we're gone, right? Mm-hmm. And so we got Chris Frangiola calling in today to talk about the weekend at Hilarities. I'm excited to catch up with him. We got these other things. He comes in the break, and he goes, "Are we still doing the Poundcake sports break?" And I look at him, and I said, "Yes, we are." But I had completely forgotten about it. I had to make myself a note on my rundown sheet because I had completely forgotten about the Poundcake sports break.
How could you?
Exactly. How could I? And if because he goes, "Because I prepared," I'm like, "Guess you did." So, boy, if he hadn't said anything to me, I would have been getting some weird looks about 5:45.
Hey, man, what happened?
Did you guys remember, or was it just Alan?
Yeah, it's every Wednesday. I didn't remember.
I figured you did because
I tried to play it off. Yeah, it's every Wednesday.
I totally know.
I have it over here on my calendar. Of course.
On
my 2016 Rovers Morning Glory calendar. That was
Miss
from
Morning Glory.
2015.
There's a plethora of them.
There you go.
If we didn't do it, I would have felt relieved, but I had something prepared just in case because I know if you guys did do it and just not you guys were going to do it and just didn't promote it, and then I was like, well, I thought we weren't doing it because we didn't talk about it, I would get so much crap. They were like, so you didn't prepare, you just thought we weren't going to do it?
Listen, Poundcake, to give credit where credit is due, Poundcake has made sure that today's show runs more smoothly than it would have otherwise, because I would have forgotten the sports break, and then I would have been like, second half of the show, granted, but still, it would have thrown me off. And I can't have that, Mary.
No.
I cannot have that.
You're a professional.
I've got a whole rundown here, and I cannot have... It's bad enough I had to make myself I had to write a note on my sheet.
Oh, my God.
Not typed. Written.
Once the show has been typed and highlighted. What is the past tense of highlight?
Highlighted.
Write myself a note on there. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say how yesterday I had a weird moment because I've obviously not owned any not nudie calendars, but bikini calendars or anything like that. And they have all that stuff out. And I was flipping through the Miss Morning Glory one. And I was just like, oh man, if I was a dude, I would look so creepy right now.
Listeners have given me so many naked men calendars. I've
never had anything like that.
At every Coxie Christmas or any type of appearance I do, they just hey, wait, I got something for you in my car. Wait, hang on. I'm like, okay. So the person runs out to their car and they come back in with the biggest shredded muscle guys. And they're like, here's the calendar. I'm like, this was last year.
A little beefcake for Poundcake.
It didn't even dawn on me until
nobody cares about the calendar. Like Pirelli Tire. I don't know if they do anymore, but Pirelli Tire used to put out a naked chick calendar. Because where does a Pirelli Tire calendar go? In the shop.
Yeah.
Where dudes are looking at it. They were famous for those calendars.
It wasn't until I was into July and a male coworker walked past that it dawned on me that maybe this isn't something I should be looking at work.
Yeah, they're work calendars.
I know, it was just a funny, weird feeling because I was genuinely curious. I'm like, oh, I want to see it.
I looked through, I was like, I want to see who I know.
I wanted to see if I knew anybody, and then I just
Also,
felt like maybe it wasn't.
But that person walking by could have also maybe thought, Mary wants to see what she's up against for next year's calendar.
Not going to be in a calendar.
You're going to have a new grill,
No,
right?
It's getting there.
That's
halfway
great.
done.
There you go. But even that, you don't have to smile with your mouth open. You know,
do whatever I want.
You could probably do a calendar if you work out. If you keep working out and keep on your diet, like you would be in calendar shape. That's not a read.
If you like just looked better, you could totally do a calendar. No, I
You look your
can
best
do
self.
it. You can
like-
be in a calendar no matter what. You don't have to look good to be in a calendar.
But I would imagine she would want to look good if it was going to be printed.
Well,
forever.
we're talking. We're specifically talking about a bikini calendar.
Yeah,
we're talking about the Rover calendar. Do they still even do those?
I don't know.
Those are from 2015, and all I knew was that like that's where those guys get their girlfriends or something. So I'm like, I don't, I'd never kind of flip through, and I did the same thing. I flipped through, and I go,
just like
oh,
3 of them,
huh?
He said just like 3 of them.
Oh, well, yeah. So I was like, oh, I had never flipped through one.
We did a calendar for Toledo cheerleading 1 year.
Yeah.
And that was really fun, and it was like a cool experience, and it was different or whatever. But I don't think I would do one. I meant that my body.
Love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
You don't think you could get on one?
No, I don't want to. I haven't worked out.
I don't want to.
Dude, I haven't worked out in months, and I'm just trying to get back into it. So I'm thin, but I have no muscle tone.
You scoffed at me when I said if you work out.
But it's okay if I say it. It's not okay if you say it.
Okay, I can say whatever I want. That's my free pass.
She doesn't know how women work.
Right. No one knows, Bill.
We're
More
supposed to
about-
say you look beautiful right
Make your
now
own
the way
calendar,
you
sell
are.
millions of copies.
No one knows more about the trouble between the sexes than a gay man.
Inequality of the sexes.
Does she not want her gay best friend to tell her if she has a fupa?
Listen, I don't have a fupa.
I didn't
first
say
of
you
all.
did. I'm just saying, if you did, wouldn't you want me to tell you?
Yeah, would you?
Somehow to him, being a dick is his get out of jail free
guess,
card.
yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it's a...
I didn't say being a dick.
Also
right.
very presumptuous to think that you're her gay best
He
friend.
promoted himself there.
I know. I saw that.
He was your
On
gay
the
assistant
show.
manager for a while. I mean, he's my chief petty officer.
Right.
But that's not because he's gay.
No.
That's because he's my chief petty officer.
Even her gay best friend gets mistaken for me, so I might as well just take that identity. Might as well just take it.
Tell Poundcake to stay away from East Portland. A lot of drive-bys. All right. I mean, you don't want to take the fun that we have here and bring it into into real life. All right.
Yeah, I'm not planning. Ah! All right. I'm a tourist.
Somebody said, Jesus, Poundcake, look at a map before you go there.
I can see how that happens.
He
though.
doesn't want to look like a tourist. I'm with you.
I did look at a map. That's how I saw Vancouver.
He just didn't understand the map.
Right. I'm going to turn it into Van Cody. Why are you all prickly today, by the way? You said you were all
I just didn't
surly.
sleep well.
Huh?
I didn't sleep well.
Boy, I didn't either.
Yeah.
I woke up at like 3:15.
Dude, I had a drunk dream last night, and this is something that happens to people who are in
You had a dream
recovery.
about being drunk.
Yes.
You didn't drink
No,
and
I
have a
didn't.
dream.
No.
Right.
I should have. This is something that happens to people in recovery a lot, where you will have a dream where you're using or you're drunk or whatever it is. It also happens to people in the service industry. So I've had service industry dreams where like. Because you're so stressed out all the time. So one time I had a dream that we were like 5 deep around the whole bar. Everyone else called off. It was just me,
Yeah.
and we had no glassware.
I'll have dreams that like my mic doesn't work or something.
Yeah. So in my drunk dream last night, because I woke up and I was sweating. Me and my 2 sisters went to New York City, and we're like,
This is in the dream.
in the dream, we're having this New York City party night, and we're so excited to go out. But the bar we wanted to go to was in an old government building, and you had to find it. Like that, they didn't give out where it was in the government building. They just said it's somewhere hidden in this building. So we were like trying to find it for like 2 hours, and when we found it, they only carried 3 types of liquor, and we had never heard of any of them. So we're like,
Diet Malort.
right, it was some weird tequila and then like 2 different kinds of vodka, and that's all they had in the whole
descriptive.
bar. And then, so then my sisters ordered shots of tequila, and I was like, screw it, we're in New York, sisters trip, I'm drinking with you guys. So we each did 2 shots of this tequila, but it was like some weird tequila that had bugs in it, and it made you crazy, crazy drunk. So after 2 shots, we were all wasted. And I like couldn't stop crying because
Is it
like,
worm a bug? Because,
whatever it was,
Yeah.
I don't know. But
They
no,
make
they
that
had
kind
like
of tequila.
wings. They had like wings. They were like bugs that could fly.
oh, cicadas.
Bugs of flight.
Bugs of flight. Opening for Kings of Leon, by the way, at the NFL Draft festivities.
Crying my eyes out, like inconsolable. And then my little sister, to get me to stop crying, she found a tattoo gun.
This is all in the dream.
All in the dream. She's like, why don't you just tattoo my face to make yourself feel better? So I'm like trying to tattoo my sister's face, but she kept moving her face around, and I was like cutting up her face real bad. And there was just all these like random lines on it. And then my older sister just passed out somewhere. And then the bar, again, we're the only 3 people who found this bar. The bartenders were like, okay, it's time to go. You guys have to leave. And we went and hid from them until they left. And then we stayed and drank all the rest of the tequila. And all the bugs started coming out of the bottles. And like these 2 guys showed up. And then the next morning, everybody passed out. The next morning, we woke up and we're trying to leave. And I was so late to get to this show. I was so late. And I was like, I got to get to work. I got to get to work. And our studio was in the same building in New York City.
Of course.
Yes. So I just had to get here. And
What a convenient dream.
I know. I was wearing one of the guys that we ran into, his T-shirt and no pants. And I showed up halfway through the show. And I was trying to tell you guys I wasn't drunk and I wasn't hungover.
You showed up halfway through the show. No pants.
No pants. I'm not drunk.
Right. And you guys were like grilling me and telling me how disappointed in me you were. And you kept trying
and hey, look at these old calendars.
You kept trying to kick me off the show. You're like, leave. You're too drunk to be on air. I was like, I'm not drunk. You don't know. I'm fine. I can do the job. It's fine. So you made me go in a different room and call in the show.
All right, go in there. Put some pants on.
Yes.
Put that Bill blanket over your lap.
You've been demoted to caller today.
Right. You kept me on and I kept falling asleep on the phone and like audibly snoring. And then I turned the heat up in the room so high that it like messed up the studio and it started to mess with the wiring and stuff. It was... I woke up in a full-blown panic. I was like, am I drunk? Am I in New York City? Did I get fired?
Am I drunk? Am I in New York City? Did I get fired?
Those were exactly
Those
what
are the
it
top
was,
3.
dude.
That's the priority. And the crazy thing is, in real life, elapsed time, probably 90 seconds.
Yeah, right.
To fit all that in.
Yeah, but so that I didn't sleep well either last night because I woke up at probably 2:30 in the morning to that feeling, and I could not get back to sleep. And I tried to put on this like YouTube video that's supposed to help you like meditate to sleep, and it was a real mess. I was up till probably like 5:30 or 6.
I am now in the camp of waking up right before my alarm goes off, and I hate it. Like usually it's like an hour before. I'm like, an hour's plenty of time. I can get a good nap in before my alarm goes off, and then I look at it.
I can get a good nap in. I wake up and I get a good nap in.
But like if I wake up at 6 and my alarm goes off at 7,
you still have an hour to
I'm
sleep,
still
yeah.
I'm gonna go back to bed. I'm not getting up. But if my alarm clock is at 7 and it's 6:58, like damn you, like there's nothing I can do, and I'm like, I'm just gonna turn off my alarm because I'm not gonna go back to sleep. Like a minute and 20 seconds like does nothing. Or I'm sorry, 120 seconds.
You just get up. Just get up.
It's annoying.
The whole
It
snooze
is one of
thing,
those
like,
where
get
you
up.
feel like cheated. Like you're cheated out of those 2 minutes. You're like, damn.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, I would be thrilled to not hear the alarm. I don't like hearing the actual alarm. So if I wake up just before the alarm, I'm actually pretty happy.
What's your alarm?
My alarm?
Yeah.
I just have like a little beep.
Oh, you just have a regular beep.
Yeah, just whatever the
Make
setting is.
it a song or something.
No, I don't like the song thing because then it ruins the song. Yeah, because like
then you associate the song with waking up.
Yes.
Yeah, that sucks too.
Yeah, so I don't like doing the song alarm. I don't have to set an alarm all that often, so that's not a thing. But last night it was just we went to Grandma's birthday was on Sunday, and we hung out last night for her to celebrate her birthday. Went and got dinner, and we had Boiler 65, and just that
She loves that place.
she loves that place.
Oh, the
but
crab in a bag joint.
Yeah, crab in a bag, and the spices just kept me like my tummy.
Oh
my tummy was
My
grumbly.
tummy was grumbly.
Yeah.
I had a rumbly tumbly all night.
Yeah, so it was just one of those nights.
What did you
where-
have? Or they just give you a bunch of stuff
I
in
mean,
a
it's
bag?
crab legs and
Yeah.
shrimp and potatoes and corn and like the bomb diggity sauce. Very
Diggity.
good. Delicious
Corn,
food.
how'd that get on my bag?
But-
So that kept you up.
Yeah, that just kept me like it was one of those things where I'd fall asleep, but then and I also ate way too much because we were going in on it, and so. But it was a nice night. It was nice to hang out with Grandma and just kind of. I mean, we go to dinner every week anyway, or have dinner every week, but we were just kind of reminiscing about some old times when I still lived with her, and realized that I've lived in my new place as long as I lived with her.
Oh, Squifle Tower.
Yeah.
You've been in your place.
Yeah.
Because you've lived in Squifle Tower for a while.
About a year?
You just didn't have your own place.
I've lived
Same building.
I've had my condo for about 18 months.
Wow.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
I didn't. I thought it was like a year.
You only lived with Grandma for a year and a half?
Yeah.
Huh. Who is that?
That is me.
That's his
That's all
rumbly
I
tongue?
do.
That's the Creole.
Oh, the Creole's coming back on you.
Why didn't you sleep well? You don't sleep well, though.
Lately, I have been. And last night...
You go back to 2 pillows?
No. Yeah, maybe. But no, because the night before I slept pretty well. Here's what'll happen. I'll either wake up and won't get back to sleep, and then I just go, well, I'm just wasting time. And then I'll get up and start, putting stuff together for the show. The night before, I was sleeping fine, but my daughter, I would wake up bolt upright because she's going, Dad, in the middle of the night. Because she wants me to come in and cuddle her or something like that. So now I don't know what's going on. I'm like, I'm rolling out of bed, going down to her room, down the hall or whatever. But last night I just couldn't sleep. I don't know. Who the hell knows?
You weren't drunk in a dream?
Huh?
You weren't drunk in your dream?
I was not drunk in my dream. No.
Wait a minute. What if our dreams overlapped and you were firing me in your dream? Because I showed up with
I had this weird dream that I fired you. And our studio was in New York City.
In an old government building.
And you were carving your sister's face off. Does any of this sound familiar?
I would have.
And I had a real good workout yesterday, so I'm like, I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. Did not.
That's always a bummer.
Yeah. But whatever. Who cares?
I would have those dreams when I would do Nutrimost, when your diet's real strict, and I would dream that I would eat food that I wasn't supposed to eat, and I'd wake up and be like, okay, I didn't have pizza.
Yeah.
Like that was you wake up in that panic because it feels
It's the
so
worst feeling.
very real. And it's very annoying.
And it messes you up.
Yeah.
I was like, I felt guilty
Especially for something like that.
I didn't even do.
For something you didn't do, and especially for something that you've been that committed to for 2 years and then feel like it all went away when you weren't in control. That's not cool.
It's because I've been struggling in sobriety since my dad died. And it's not, I haven't drank, I haven't done anything like that, but it's like every single day I want to drink. Every single day. And so it's been really hard. And I think that over the last couple weeks, it's been particularly hard, and I've just had a lot of bad days. So it's all just kind of built up. And then to have that dream last night, I was like, I was so happy to be awake and not be drunk.
Can I just let you know today is Wednesday, not Tuesday?
I'm not going to cry.
Okay, I don't know.
I feel fine.
Have you ever had
if you missed Tears Day, nothing I can do for you. I don't think you cried yesterday. Did you?
I didn't cry here yesterday.
That's all I care about.
Yesterday.
That's all I care about. I assume you're crying every day elsewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much every day.
You were going to be like Poundcake, I prepared my crying, and you guys forgot about it.
Have you ever had a dream about someone and they pissed you off in your dream and you wake up pissed off at that person for what they did in their dream?
It's hard not to, I feel like. You can say, okay, that was just a dream, but it still feels so real. I felt guilty all
If you cheated
morning.
on me in my dream, it's probably like an inclination you're
I don't
cheating on me in
have
real life.
dreams where people wrong me all that that I remember.
I have stuff that people stole
it's
from
usually
me, and I'm like,
I'm trying to get somewhere and I can't get there, or I'm back in church and I'm an adult. I'm like, I don't believe in this anymore. What am I doing here? And they're like, just sit down, Bill. You guys said it's time for the sacrament. I'm like, this isn't me anymore. Trying to
dreams are crazy.
Yeah.
I was telling my therapist about a dream that I had, and he, I guess, has done a lot of research into dreams and stuff, and we started talking about it, and he said that the two things that are most common in your dreams are wishes and fears. That's the two most common things that are going to that contribute to what you dream about is either a wish, something you want, or a fear, something you don't want. And that's obviously mine was a fear that I was going to get drunk again. I don't know why the tattooing of the face and what that represents.
That's your wish.
Maybe that's
Carve
it.
your sister's face up.
oh, it's about your tattoo of your dad, probably.
Oh, maybe.
That your brother, because it was your brother that wanted one. He was like, you want one? Here, I'll tattoo your face.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting kind of insight that and when you think about it, he's like an oversimplification of it is a wish or a fear. Obviously, there's things in between, but that's usually what it is.
Bill, I might have the perfect alarm for you now that I think about it.
Let's hear it.
Click, click, boom. I'm coming down on the stereo. Hit me on the radio.
Click, click, boom!
And then
I wake up every morning.
Yes.
Snaper's like, what the hell?
What the hell is going on? I got this guy every morning. He's yelling Rick, Rick, chew or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell through the walls. Yeah, there you go. All right, let me break. If you're trying to get your mitts on $1,000, you got to wait a minute. It's not coming up again till around 4:30. I'll have a keyword for you there. But then we'll do it again at 5:30 and 6:30, so keep your ears peeled for those. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
WMMS.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now number one for podcasting.
iHeartRadio is the #1 choice for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. No one makes it easier to hear everything you love in one free app.
The stations, the podcasts, the playlists that I love.
They have playlists for everything.
If you want the all-in-one experience, this is the app.
Pretty much any podcast you want is right there.
You name it, they got it.
It's perfect.
If you're not one of the tens of millions who have the app, download iHeartRadio for free today and start listening.
iHeartRadio. The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
She walked into the dog run like she f***ing owned the place. She turned to me with a scent that said, "Sit boy on my face." Now I like a little discipline as much as the next Sharpay. But this bitch was only 10 months old, and now I have to pay underage Bichon. I banged her, now I'm screwed. Underage Bichon. Took photos of her nude. Underage Bichon. They're throwing me in jail. Underage Bichon. Might as well get one last piece of tail. Underage.
There's Matt Gates, the insult comic dog, Bill. Have you ever heard him before? I was reading a story about a dog that is, it's a little young dog, but they're calling it a demonic dog. It's a little chihuahua.
Makes sense. They are so evil.
See, my parents...
Your mom loves a chihuahua.
Yeah. She drove all the way to
states.
Pennsylvania to replace... after their first chihuahua ran away, and their hearts were broken, understandably, they went all the way to the Keystone State to get another chihuahua. But when I was a kid and we wanted a dog, we were told that my parents were allergic, which I guess was code for no thanks. And again, they might have been right. A lot of parents don't want to get their kid a dog because they're like, yeah, it's great, but we'll be the ones taking care. The standard line, right? But they have a chihuahua. My sister has a chihuahua. So, my family, fans of the breed.
I have some friends that have chihuahuas, and I get along with their dogs really well. Like, they're cute. When they're, like, exercised and taken care of well, like, I think they're pretty good dogs.
Yeah, I mean...
once they know you and love you, yeah.
They've, I guess they've gotten lucky with them because they're not yappy dogs. A lot of people don't like chihuahuas because they're just tiny yappy dogs. But anyway, they're trying this. A woman in New Jersey named, her name is Tiffany Fortuna.
Help with the live stream?
I'll shoot her an email.
Yeah.
And she's trying to get someone to adopt 2-year-old Prancer. And she describes, she said that the dog will turn your home into a demonic chihuahua hellscape.
Well, that's not a good way to sell it.
She describes the dog as a haunted Victorian child in the body of a small dog that hates men and children. She said the dog literally, I guess there's a chihuahua meme that says they're 50% hate and 50% terrible. She said, quite literally, Prancer only likes women. So if you have a husband or sons, don't bother applying unless you hate your husband or sons. And she's gotten tens of thousands of shares of this. The woman has been fostering this chihuahua for quite a while, but they're trying to get it into a new home. She said when she first got the dog, it was a neurotic, obese mess. And if there's anything funnier than a chihuahua, it's a fat chihuahua. And if you've never seen one, Google fat chihuahua, and your day will be made. So she's like, it's a really loyal dog, but it quite literally does not want anything to do with men. Just women, doesn't want anything to do with other pets. So, somebody who is As of yet, no one has, despite that amazing description, no
Yeah,
one
you
has...
gotta punch that up a little bit, give it a little flowery.
No one's picked this dog up
description,
yet.
Like, hey, I have this very loyal, feminist-friendly dog.
Yeah.
That would be great for a inclusive couple that of a certain gender.
Yeah, Prancer, when she got the little dog, had been living with an elderly woman who treated him like a human, so had never fed him dog food,
Oh
just
my God.
human food, right?
Yeah, that's not
Which
the way
obviously
to
you're
go.
not supposed to do. I'm amazed the dog didn't die. It just got real fat. So she's trying to get this little Prancer Chihuahua adopted. Yeah, my parents called me on the way back from a trip to Pennsylvania to get a Chihuahua. A few years ago. They've had their dog now for a few years.
My college roommate had a teacup Chihuahua that her boyfriend at the time's sister gave to her.
For people for whom a Chihuahua is just too big.
Just too big. You know, it was so little and quiet, we had to put a bell on it so we would know, like,
So you wouldn't
if it was
step on it,
right.
yeah.
Well, because we had to like start checking blankets and stuff because this thing was like old and losing its hair, so it was always like shaking and cold. And she would buy like clothes for it, but because it like medically needed warmth all the time, so it would always have on like a little vest or something like that.
Sure, it wasn't an iguana.
No, it was a Chihuahua. And
it was green, it was scaly, it must have been sick or had a skin condition or something. It would only eat flies. It's weird.
Likes laying on hot rocks.
It eyes went two different ways. It was very strange.
Changed
Grabbed
color.
it by the tail one time, grew back.
Yeah.
No, but it was it's probably the only thing where I've actually thought it's so ugly, it's cute. Because I know a lot of people make that argument for like pugs and stuff like that, but this thing was like so little and shaky and helpless, and like it had this tiny little like beep, beep, like it wouldn't even yap. But its head looked like a baby deer, like this big giant head on this tiny little skinny hairless body. But it wasn't.
It probably looked like the thing that people have in the back of their cars, where it's the head that bobs up and down.
Yes.
It looks like a dog.
Her name was Spoofy.
Spoofy.
And she was just the sweetest little
The
thing.
hairless, scared dog.
Yes.
Always cold. Yeah, and when I haven't seen my parents in a while, but when their dog was always good for a leg hump. I know that. But otherwise, it was a nice dog. Got away from the original Chihuahua. Got away from my mom. And she was just heartbroken.
That's sad.
Never found the dog after that.
I already thought that like Chihuahuas were the smallest dog breed, but they have miniature Chihuahuas.
Teacup.
So that's a whole different breed.
Poundcake, have you ever heard of a teacup Chihuahua?
No, I hadn't. I thought they just called them that because they were small. I didn't know it was a totally different breed.
Mm-hmm. No. You heard Mary talk about them though.
I understand. Yes, I heard her talk about them. But what I'm saying is, I didn't realize. I thought it was.
You'd never heard of them before.
Yeah, I thought it was just you just got the
You
run
thought
of
you were
the
just
group.
describing them that way.
Yeah, I thought it was just the run of the group. I didn't know that was an entire different breed. Like you can buy a teacup Chihuahua.
Yeah, I mean the Chihuahua breed is the smallest dog breed, but yeah, you can. Well, everybody wants like boutique dog. You got a boutique dog, don't you? Golden Doodle?
Petite Golden Doodle.
Right. It's boutique.
No, it's bougie.
It's not even regular boutique. Yeah. And that's a popular dog now.
Yeah.
You know?
Most people go with like the mini Golden Doodle or the regular Golden Doodle. The petites are a little bit more rare, but I like her. I had to go to the vet today. She weighs 20 pounds, and she's healthy as a dog.
She only weighs 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Did you scream fat ass and put your finger in her face or anything like that? Tough love?
She's a great weight.
Oh, okay.
My cat, I think, weighs like 15 pounds. And she is much smaller than your dog. I don't think my cat's fat, though.
My dog is very skinny, though. Like, she's a skinny... I mean, she's the right weight.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a little dog. She's very... I'm going to take her with me this weekend to Indianapolis. It's
amazing.
She'll stay in the hotel with me.
You're taking the dog to Indianapolis?
You gotta pay more for that hotel. Man,
I
this
do.
dog
That's
is
why I
a
got the
money
hotel
pit.
that I wanted, so I could have a dog stay with me.
So when you're doing stuff, she's going to be in the room?
For a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's just at night. During the entire
You put her
day,
in the,
I'm around.
in the bathroom?
I'm going to bring her crate.
Oh, okay.
She's crate trained, so she'll be okay. I mean, that's how long she's alone when I'm at work here. So she'll be okay.
You don't have grandma check in on her or anything like that?
I mean, if I'm gone for like an extended period of time, my daughter will go over and let her out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, for the way I've trained her, she's fine while I'm at work, and I don't even have to put her in the crate anymore because she's well behaved. So she'll just wait for me to get home.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there anytime the mood strikes. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb Kent calling about the reheated salmon from the other day. You can mark me down in the yes column for it. However, we were on a family trip 2 summers ago, and my 70-year-old dad, who was really intoxicated, reheated a salmon fillet in the microwave at like midnight, but did it about 3 minutes too long and then left the plate on the counter. Needless to say, it blew up the whole house. But the real crown jewel of that trip was when he told everybody, including his grandchildren, that him and my mother are still doing it. And that was the real nice. Bring the whole family together. Love you, bye.
Yeah, that's the story. I like old guys. Yeah, your grandmother and I still get it on. Although I do like the underlying, the implication there is that the smell of 3-hour-old overheated salmon sitting on was what jogged the memory of him and everyone's grandmother getting it on.
What?
I didn't make up the story. Caleb and Kent told that story. I'm just giving you the subtext.
I threw out the salmon today. It's trash day.
I guess we won't play the game then.
Wow.
Sorry.
Way to put a fork in that one.
Because it's done. Hey.
Why hadn't you thrown it out before?
Because I didn't want it to stink up the trash before trash day. I wanted to take it out of the fridge, dump it, and immediately take it out to the garbage.
I see.
So I didn't want either my house to stink, or we have raccoons in our garages that
in your kitchen?
No, in the garages that Bozo will not do anything about. And so if you put any kind of like food or anything in your trash can before trash day, your garbage ends up all over your garage.
They're going to fix it themselves, and don't worry about it. After a while, you don't give them no food, they eat each other, all right? Leave them alone. He won't do anything about the raccoons.
Well, we've complained about him before.
Yeah.
And there's like no traps out or anything. I don't think that he cares, to be honest.
Huh.
What do you do about a raccoon? You trap it? You can
call animal control.
But that's if you.
So what is that?
They're not going to come out if they're just knocking over your garbage cans, though. Well, we'd have to. My dad would put out traps, and then he'd shoot them, and then I'd bury them before I went to school. That was like a chore.
Dude, it sounds like you grew up in like the 30s on a farm.
That's country living, though, boy.
Yeah.
Like, go out, take care of the raccoons, and put them in the garbage, and then get your ass to school. Now do what I tell you.
Remember, I had to also take the dumpster back and forth with the bobcat.
Now, did you have to shoot the dumpster, too?
No, he loved that dumpster. He wanted you to take good care of the dumpster.
I want you to pick out your own switch, and then I want you to go polish the dumpster.
That's so traumatic.
Love that dumpster. What is?
Having to shoot animals before and they just go about your day, just go back to school.
Well, you didn't shoot him; he buried him.
Sometimes they shoot him.
He shot him.
Yeah,
that's
but
so
also
traumatic.
it gets increasingly less traumatic. Like you do it because your parents tell you to do it.
Yes, but there's some people. Yeah,
they're trash pandas. They're gross.
And also, when you don't want to clean up the
disease.
garbage that they spread all over the place, you go, I'd rather shoot it.
I understand, but
take it to the source.
Some people like it too much. They're like, "Oh, can I shoot it, Grandpa?" Like, they run back there. Like,
I took no pleasure in it because it's not like I was hunting or anything like that. It was just some dumb chore that I had to do that I didn't want to do.
Like
but
emptying the dishwasher.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
I cried when
empty
I hit
the raccoons out of the dishwasher and then shoot them and then bury them and then go polish my dumpster. Again, for the 5th time, I'm not going to tell you again, Billy. How often did you have to bury raccoons? This is out Medina way, yeah?
Yeah, this is a lot. Enough that I remember it
like
pretty
once a week?
It wasn't that often.
Once an hour?
It's probably like once or twice a month.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Especially in the winter, and that would be a pain in the ass though, because the ground's frozen.
The snow, yeah.
That sucks.
You got to heat the ground a little bit.
Dig up frozen ground.
Well, when that would happen, I would just get the bobcat.
Just go throw them in a lake.
No, can't do that.
You can't put them in a lake.
It's disgusting.
It's frozen.
Huh?
What?
You get ODNR coming out, like a bunch of raccoons bobbing to the surface.
The spring thaw.
Mr. Squire, we'd like to talk to you. Yeah, right.
No, we had a lot of property, so we would just, I would just use the bobcat in the
Put him in the back 40.
But it still was annoying. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, not my favorite thing, because I didn't have like that hunting or like, I didn't like killing animals at all.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
The fact that you're not a murderer is pretty surprising.
Thanks.
Just because he shot raccoons? A lot of
No,
people do
because I feel like you've had a lot of traumatic experiences in your life.
So have you, though.
Yeah, but I never had to kill anything.
No, your mom just probably had
you
raccoons
just let it die
buried.
around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
There was probably a raccoon.
I found dead cats in my house,
gonna
but I
say.
didn't have to bury them.
It's an old raccoon in the corner of the kitchen under some old plain dealers.
Right. We never had raccoons.
But,
We had
yeah,
mice
that's-
and shrews.
That's country living, too.
That's crazy.
Ugh.
But yeah, so Sam got thrown out today.
The salad is no longer. Hey, Devin,
How you doing, Alan?
what's up?
I just wanted to put a little input on. I heard you were talking about being upset about killing the raccoons and stuff like that. When I was a kid, I grew up on a farm over by Cedar Point, and we had small chickens. My dad would get baby chickens in the mail. They actually came through the mail alive. So long story short, he had them in the garage in a little enclosure, heat lamp, their food, their water, and everything. And I was in high school. I was probably 15 or 16. And he told me if something goes wrong with the chicken, if the baby chicken is sick or something, you got to get rid of it because it'll get the other chickens infected. So I called him one day when I got off the school bus, and I told him one of the chickens has got like green stuff coming out of their eyes. Ew. And he said, well, you got to put it down. I said, well, how do I do that? He said, you pull its head off. I said, what? He said, yeah, just grab it by its body and wrap your pointer finger and your thumb around its head and just pop it off like a dandelion.
That is so traumatic.
Yeah, Mama had a baby and her head popped off. You do it with the dandelions, and you do it with little chicks.
No way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's sad. And I did it the first time, and I cried. I cried for a minute, and then after that, it was just like, well.
Yeah, it just becomes something you do.
Yeah, right.
No.
Hey, I'm going to be late today. I got to squeeze more baby chicks' heads off.
Oh, my gosh.
Right. The chickens lay the eggs. I eat the eggs. We sell the eggs. That's how we, make a living. That's what you got to do.
It's a circle of life, Devin.
It was exactly, Alan.
Exactly. Good pun.
Why can't you keep the sick ones as a pet? Why you got to kill them?
They're going to die anyway.
Because you got the other one sick.
Oh, so take that one out. And
But
be
why
like,
do you want to keep a sick animal in your house? Like
green-eyed chicken-ass bitch.
When he got home later that day, I said, Dad, why did I have to do that? He said, Devin, you understand that if you keep that chicken in there, it's going to infect all the other chickens, and you're going to have to do that to the rest of them. Do you want to do that? I said, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, well, and your dad's running a business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our livelihood.
I had to do that when I was a kid too. Unfortunately, it was an ostrich and not a baby chick. I had to get on its back.
Oh my God.
And I had to I had to hug that thing like Trump
off the roof.
like Trump humping a flagpole. I had to get my arms around that thing. It took me 45 minutes,
Like doing a
Devin.
stone cold stunner.
It took me 45 minutes to squeeze that ostrich's head off. But I'll tell you what, a sense of accomplishment like no other.
I remember one time there was a rabid, I think it was a groundhog, that was just wandering around in our front yard, and I was the only one home, so I had to go out there and, take care of it. I called my dad.
Was it all foamy and
yeah, I mean, but
yelling
it
at
was
you?
like it was on its last leg, like it was going to die anyway, so I was basically putting it out of its misery.
That's what you tell yourself. Anyway.
But it was definitely not in a good place. So go out there. I was probably 13 years old.
Did you hit it with a shovel?
No, I had shot it with a gun.
Okay.
He sent it to a better place.
Get it right up on it, shoot it right in the back of the head. So
I don't even want to hear about it. I don't like guns, man. They freak me out.
Hey, Dean.
Hey.
What's going on?
We had a neighborhood gathering recently, and everybody was commenting on how we hadn't seen skunks in a while. Because we usually have skunks at this time of year, and one of the neighbors says, "Oh yeah, I've been catching them." We're like, "What are you doing with them?" Well, when I catch them, I put a towel over top of the cage, and I back my car up, and I turn the car on, and I carbon monoxide them to death.
That sounds really labor intensive. I mean, you're paying for gas and the whole thing. Boy, some people are really taking this Pepe Le Pew cancel culture thing very, very far.
So we got a little worried that euthanizing the skunks for us. What else is he doing?
He puts a towel over the cage and then backs the car up
man.
and puts the tailpipe into the... Wow.
Correct.
And that skunk probably just reflexively, as a defense, fires off its stink. Trying to fight off that exhaust. And it's like the superhero movies where they're shooting each other with their beams, trying to see who wins. And that skunk, I bet those skunks are like 0-42, aren't they?
That's right.
Man.
So if you need any skunks removed, just let us know. We'll send them out.
Yeah, I'll get right on that, Dean. Thank you. If you need any skunks, is there a situation in which people need skunks?
Dirty work.
Oh.
We were just talking about dirty work yesterday.
Well, that's a situation when they needed lots of skunks.
Okay.
Man with half a nose is king.
All right. Well, boy, think about that. I've been trapping the skunks. Oh, and then what have you been doing? I've got a gas chamber. I've got a makeshift gas chamber in my garage.
Skunks.
And that's what I'm doing. Turns out, we found out later on, those were just test runs for doing that to his wife.
They were actually cats that had walked under a ladder that had just been painted.
Oh, no. Yeah. A bucket of white paint fell over, and it dripped a line down their back. All these dead cats mistaken for skunks. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in 35192 to do that, you can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Zola shortly. We'll catch up with him. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities tomorrow night, Friday night, Saturday night. I'm going to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details on that. We're also going to have the Poundcake Sports Break as history dictates. That'll be around 5:20 this afternoon. And in between there, we'll have chances for you to grab $1,000. So 4:30 is the next one of those keywords, and then we'll do one at 5:30 and then at 6:30. Indians win over the White Sox last night in Chicago, a 2-0 game. So they're halfway through the series now, each with one apiece. The third of 4 tonight at Guaranteed Rate Field. 8:10 is the start here on MMS, so the pregame will get going shortly after 7:30. On your FM home for Cleveland Indians baseball, 100.7 WMMS. Fans in Buffalo, hockey and or football fans. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the fine city of Buffalo, New York. And if you're a Sabres or Bills fans, they said that they will have full capacity crowds provided you are vaccinated.
Hey.
So who knows what a full capacity crowd, because you're not going to get an ass in every seat if you're telling people you got to get vaccinated.
Well, do you think that will make people want to get vaccinated? Like,
I think so.
Like they don't believe in it or they don't want to politically, but they want to go to sporting events.
I think it will make people piss and moan about not being able to go to a sporting event.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just get vaccinated, then you can.
No, they'll dig in. That kind of person will dig their heels in. So the Buffalo Bills and the Sabres.
But you're vaccinated as a child.
Listen, these are not logical arguments. I mean, I'm just saying, listen, in the name of Pat LaFontaine, just get your shots up there, Sabres fans. Come on. In the name of O.J. Simpson, Bills fans, get your shots. You'll need to offer proof of vaccination. There's like an app, now, and it shows you got your thing, and something called Excelsior Pass, which is an app that's already being used in a lot of venues. Like if you go to Madison Square Garden, they use that app. The Bills didn't allow any live fans at any point last season. The Sabres are currently allowing a limited number of fans. So you have to have proof of vaccination, and this is where it gets weird. Proof of vaccination or a recent negative COVID test. Because, what do they always say? You could have a recent negative test and then get it and then go to the Bills game. But whatever. People are looking for a good time. And if that means that you might get sick at a football game, then what do you want? Alan, I still crack up when I think of your joke about putting the plastic bag over the heads of the mice. I wasn't joking. That wasn't a joke. When we lived in Ohio City, we had a big mouse problem, and I would seal them in Ziploc bags to send a message to the other mice, because I can only imagine that other mice would see that. Because I tried the humane whatever. It don't work. At least it didn't work against these Bouliac monster mice, that you get in the city. And so I said, well, desperate measures are called for here.
I looked up I guess I didn't look up a YouTube video, but it was in like my suggested watching that there was like a New York City rat that looked like a cat. Like that's how big this cat.
Oh, they're huge in New York.
Believe,
we had little, mice that would come in the pantry and I had to seal the thing, whatever.
How do you kill something like that?
Don't
carefully
run away from it.
You throw a saddle on it.
Poison it.
You throw some pizza.
Because I imagine that's like New York because it's eaten well. But like if that was something around here, what do you do?
But the issue is in New York and a lot of big cities, they haven't been eating well over the last year because restaurants have been shut down. So the rat problem in major cities kind of worked itself out a little bit. There's still a rat for every man, woman, and child in New York City. But you'd end up eating each other because there just wasn't food. There weren't overflowing dumpsters from whatever restaurant you'd normally go to as a rat, and so
Like our local spots closed?
Yeah, that's right. The pandemic.
Man, that's our Tuesday night joint.
We have to wear a mask.
And people exaggerate about the size of the rats in New York City. They're not really the size of cats.
Well, this particular YouTube video I saw, I wish I could find it.
Once in a while, they will find a giant.
They'll find giant ones,
rat,
but
yeah.
a giant rat is like a 5-pound rat. It's
That's still pretty big.
You're not getting a 15-pound rat.
Maybe a small cat. Cats are different sizes too.
Right, I understand.
Alan, that's fake news. I was at a Bills game last year. All right, well, there you go.
No, for full capacity.
No, he said.
Well,
they
no,
didn't allow
the
any.
thing that I read said that they didn't let anybody at, but this person is saying that is not the case. Dan also says, by the way, he goes, you guys are laughing at Dean talking about smoking out those skunks, but that whole carbon monoxide euthanasia is recommended by the Humane Society.
There you go.
I guess if you have to try to figure out how to humanely kill an animal,
yeah, you're just
smoking it out. Yeah, that's true.
In 8th grade, we had to do, it was for English class, we had to do debates over like controversial subjects. And the one that I got was euthanasia. And I was against it. And pretty much, I don't know why, this just from him saying the euthanasia thing, everything that I quoted was pretty much from the Bible. I was just talking about like how murder is illegal in the eyes of God and man and all this stuff. Man, I wish I could go back and read that paper.
Great way to form a well thought out argument. Use the Bible.
I had other like sources. Obviously, you can't just use the Bible as your main source. We had to have like 5 cited sources or something like that. But when he said that, I completely forgot that was a real debate that I took in front of other people. I had to look crazy in a public school. Not even like, it's not like I was in a religious school.
Yeah.
I was like, you can't do this because Jesus said.
Well, there's plenty of people in public school who think, Jesus should be running things.
Man, I would like to find that like, because we had to like type up a report and then we got up and debated either side of it.
But
I just remembered
But your
that.
intent was sound. You didn't think that euthanasia was a good thing.
Right. I thought that it wasn't. And then the other argument, because like one of the things they were teaching on how to debate was to research the other side. And I remember them being like, it should be the choice of the person. And I might have even brought abortion into it, to be honest with you. Just hitting all the time.
I mean, you got to bring abortion into it.
I'm thinking about it. Like,
Got to bring abortion into it.
Like suicide and murder and how they're all, I don't know. Anyway, sorry about the tangent, but the word euthanasia.
Listen, hey, we can cover anything over here. Hey, speaking of abortion, congrats, ladies, because ACOG, which is the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, who, by the way, didn't even make it to the second round of March Madness. I think they lost to Creighton, if memory serves. But
the second trimester.
The FDA is lifting the restrictions that were down in the pandemic for your abortifacients by mail.
Hey.
For a while, they were like, no, the last administration, you got to get them in person so we can properly shame you. You can get them by mail now. Acting FDA Commissioner Janet Woodcock said that allowing patients to receive these products would not increase risks and would help mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. So there you go. Abortion pills by mail, ladies.
Woohoo.
I wonder if they're like boner pills for guys, because like those advertisements that they go, delivered in discreet packaging. Which I always thought was funny. Like, what's it going to say? It's not going to come to you in a bright yellow box that
Yes, it
says
will.
boner pills on it.
Sorry, your erection.
Yeah,
won't
it
last.
comes like doesn't every package come the same? It's in a brown box. Doesn't, I love discreet packaging. That's a great marketing term.
Well, I mean, there's some companies they use that package as their calling card, like Chewy.
Yeah.
For, like,
right,
pets
or
and stuff
Hello
like that.
Fresh, but I mean, but for the most part.
But people are dumb, and so they got to make sure, like, I don't want my dildo coming all advertised.
Like back in the day, Bloomingdale's department store, it just said big brown bag on the shopping bag.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like back in the day, it was almost like a, what do you call it? It's like a,
their calling card?
Drawing a complete blank. It's status symbol.
Oh, yeah.
If you were walking around with a big brown bag, right? They should bring that back for these company, box of boner pills is what it should say. Big pink dildo in box. Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's important to people, though. Like, that's one thing that Planned Parenthood does, too, is that every time that you come in, they say, if we need to call you, can we say that it's us? You know, because a lot of places, I mean, if you're living with somebody who doesn't agree with them or whatever, they're like, because we can just say doctor's office, or we can say, hey, this is so-and-so from Planned Parenthood.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's because
Vandalay Industries.
Well, it's because just the term Planned Parenthood has been so closely associated on the right with, like, you know, abortion and death
all
and
they do.
murder. And
That's right.
it. So they don't want, if you're
They've made it closely associated with that.
Right. So they don't want to spark up anything if you're just going to get a pap. You know what I mean? They're like, we don't need any unnecessary trouble. You know, so.
Why? We're calling about your pizza order? Yes. Your pizza was negative.
No pepperonis found this time. Little extra cheese, but that's okay. You can pick up your script.
Yeah. Hey, Chad. Oop, sorry. I thought I picked you up. Chad in Canton. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Alan?
Good. What's up?
I was still laughing at your pink dodo joke. That was kind of funny. I got two very short and mildly entertaining stories about rodents for you. I thought you might enjoy it, especially Mary. I lived down in Florida. I lived in a mobile home, but we were in a very nice, like, gated community. We had a palm tree in the front, palm tree in the back.
That's what I love about Florida, by the way. Gated mobile home communities.
Very nice.
We don't want anybody coming in here. You got to put in your code. I love Florida. That's the best.
It really was. But we ended up having, not rats, but mice come in.
Yep.
And I ended up cutting out the wall, and when I saw them, unlike your plastic bag thing or, shooting them in the back of the head like Bill did for his rodent.
Mine weren't rodents. I mean, is groundhog a rodent?
I think so.
It is a rodent, I believe. Yes.
It is a rodent. It is a rodent. Okay. I stabbed him with a little knife I had.
Oh my God, like up close.
Now, where you got to get close. It's a very intimate way to kill something.
I cut out the wall, killed two of them, and then the rest of them never came back.
See, what I like to do is...
Want to know which ones were cowards?
Right.
What I like to do, if there's a mouse problem, is you get that thing that Javier Bardem had in No Country for Old Men.
Oh, yeah.
And you just get them with the bolt thing. You get them with that, like a cow.
Yeah, it's just that,
wow.
Yeah, that pressurized bolt, and it just, they use it to kill a cow, and just goes right through their head, and boom, gone.
Yep.
But I'm
Problem
back
solved.
in Ohio now. I've been listening to your show, and I have a rodent problem in the garage, where it's either a possum or a raccoon or whatever. And the one day I go out there, I guess the raccoon won because the possum was laying on its side dead, and the one side was eaten to the bone.
Yeah.
Why did you think I would like these stories?
Moo.
Because I know you wouldn't. It was kind of...
Like, especially Mary.
He was playing around, Mary.
You got me.
He did the old switcheroo on. Okay, thank you, Chad. Keep your head up out there. Keep your head on a swivel for all those whatever waft of rodentia might be making its way into your place. A gated mobile home community. Hey, listen.
Two palm trees.
By the way.
One in the front and one in the back.
And we can go, ha-ha. But, if you've put all your money into that, you don't want somebody. You want somebody to have to work to break into your aluminum home. You want someone to have to climb a gate.
Some of those are nice.
Yeah, I guess so.
I had a uncle that had, he lived in a mobile home, but it was like a nice mobile home. He worked for the Air Force, and he didn't need a lot of space. And that's so he had, room for him and his two sons and his wife, and they were good on that, and then they would travel a lot.
But also, mobile homes obviously can be mobile, but they never are, right?
Most of the time,
you park them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should call them something else.
My aunt and uncle lived in California, and they're currently driving their house across country. And I don't know if they're coming to Ohio or Pennsylvania, but they're
driving their house cross country.
They have a mobile home.
Is it on one of those wide load trailers?
No.
It's not.
No, they have an RV.
No, I don't know what they have.
Well,
I don't know.
Find out.
I actually don't know. I just know that they lived in a trailer park in California, and then now they're driving this way, and they're making a lot of stops along the way. But
okay,
yeah.
But it is an RV, or
I don't know what it is.
We'll ask him.
Listen, sometimes I just want to be a part of it, and I share stories without knowing all the information, okay?
I didn't expect so much follow-up on this, Alan. I just thought it would be a fun little anecdote. I was told there would be no math.
Well,
I was reading about how similar we are to fish.
Oh?
Not the band, the animal.
I wasn't thinking
a truck and trailer.
Is it because we both eat a lot of plastic these days?
Yes, that's precisely why. Fish are more like humans than you realize. Now, I didn't realize that implies I was already at a level of realization that we're similar, but I didn't have any. Fish lose their memory as they age. Boy, imagine being like an ichthyologist. I think that's someone who studies fish. Being that person, and you have to figure out how good a fish's memory is.
Who'd they base this on? Dory?
They also found out that fish like the same drugs as humans.
How would they know that?
Well, they do these studies.
You want to do a bump?
Yeah, some fish.
A bubble.
They said some fish particularly like cocaine, just like humans.
That's why Dory can never remember anything.
I assume it's the blowfish. But they said that what they did was they, would dangle drugs in the tank, and then fish would hang around.
But isn't any... I mean, that's just like a living thing.
Yeah, any foreign instinct.
I don't know.
If you give them an addictive substance, like if you give bears cocaine, they're going to be like, you know what, I like honey and cocaine.
Right, but I mean, fish, I think maybe the implication is that they know how much won't kill them. I don't know. They're not dying from it, What did you do at work, Daddy? Oh, I watched a couple of sunfish do rails off a third one's anal fin.
Coked up fish. We got to start a corporation, man.
It
was too much.
Yeah, it was a long and fulfilling
Stop those
day.
land people. They're the problem.
I'll grow feet.
By the way, people were giving Poundcake a hard time. I seem to be the only person defending him when he was talking about tripping on pot. But THC is a psychoactive ingredient. So for all the Johnny Cools who were like, Poundcake doesn't know what he's talking about, it is classified as a hallucinogen, by the way. My point was simply that it's a semantic argument. If you say I was tripping on pot, yes, it sounds silly, but that's only because we've attached that word
Weed
to
is
other...
not a hallucinogen.
Yes, it is. It's classified as a hallucinogen.
People love to get on me for stupid stuff.
Well, like I said, when it comes to drugs, people want to be, everybody wants to be cool. So yeah, when people say tripping, we know what the words are. They usually don't mean, usually doesn't mean pot. Fish remember their friends. Fish can be impatient. That was my favorite part. Forget the drugs.
This is annoying.
What?
Well, because it's like weed is a depressant, a stimulant, or it can be classified as a depressant, a stimulant, or a hallucinogen.
And this is why she didn't like in and of itself, because she's trying to classify it as one thing when it could be many things.
Is that what it is, Bill?
Yeah. It can be many, many things. Well, and this is why use of it is so complex to people.
Annoying.
It's why is that annoying to be given?
Because I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. You just
I said
weren't.
it wasn't a hallucinogen.
Well, okay, you weren't fully correct. Right?
I swear I've hallucinated while I had
That was my point yesterday. You probably have.
It said, while hallucinations are possible, they happen rarely and don't occur.
Are you
in
still
most
trying to put this in
users.
your favor? What are you
Yes.
doing now? Just.
It's like when I first started.
It's okay.
Okay, so then they say
You've learned.
symptoms
Look at
of
it.
weed.
You've learned something new. Look at it that way.
They say symptoms of weed such as time distortion are classified under a hallucination.
You
so
will.
Thinking that it's been
You
longer
will
than
no.
it has.
You will no longer go forward in your life being of the misapprehension that it's not. You've learned something new.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't.
No, on that one he can.
All right, fine.
When I give him a hard time about something he screwed up, and he goes, "That's not
wrong.
a. This is a."
All right. Go trip on your weed,
Don't push
bro.
it. Yeah.
I'm just saying, whenever I mess up the English
I hit
language,
the pin, I'm tripping.
people have my back. But then when I talk about tripping off of weed, they're like, "Oh, how dare you, idiot!"
Well, right, because they don't care about words. They're as stupid as you are.
Easy.
I'm kidding.
That's fine. It's cool. It's okay.
I can't let him get too excited.
I was talking about me.
Because I'm stupid.
Huh?
You're saying as stupid as you are.
Because
I
I'm
took
stupid.
offense
No, I
to
was
that.
talking to him.
Oh, okay.
Not you.
Because I'm stupid.
By his own words, he's stupid.
Because I'm stupid.
Yeah.
So fish like cocaine.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. I assume that's where that shape of water thing came from.
They were just two junkies.
They were doing a lot of cocaine.
Can you feed fish caviar? Would they like that?
I mean, it's cannibalism, isn't it?
I mean, they're kind of cannibalistic anyway.
But I'm just saying, like, they like things they're not supposed to like cocaine.
Shark's a fish, but it eats other fish.
Yeah. Can you feed it to, like, a goldfish and see if it would like it?
Maybe.
Because there's other things inside caviar besides just the fish eggs.
I've never had caviar.
I've never had it either.
It's overrated.
It doesn't seem appealing to me.
Hey, G. What do you want? What do you need? Looking to buy?
Gee, I am looking to buy. Are you Jack?
I got you, Jack, right here, Jack.
Well, as I was telling Ray, Jack, I've been thinking about trying something new.
What you need?
Well, I've always been a worm man, but Ray was telling me about your bait and...
Bait.
Just remember when Hank Hill bought crack to use it as fish bait because somebody told him crack would make great bait?
I don't remember that.
When he went crack
very
fishing?
Funny.
Oh, boy.
Is that show on anywhere? On streaming
I think
anywhere?
it's on Hulu.
Come on, Hank, fish or get off the pot.
Just a second.
He's putting crack rocks on his hook.
How the heck does Jack fish with this stuff?
I like beer, Hank. Don't you like beer? I mean, I love beer. Beer is...
Whoa, got one! Woo! Yeah! Sweet Gene Vincent, I'm back.
Yeah, well, there you go. So fish do King of the Hill, prescient as always, right? It told you ahead of time how much fish love crack.
It is on Hulu.
Sweet Gene Vincent.
And Prime Video. Nice.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to break. We're going to talk to our pal Chris Frangiola, who is back in Cleveland to do hilarities for the weekend. I'll also have another chance for you to grab $1,000. You can go fund yourself around 4:30. Another keyword for you there. And we'll take a break. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
much about you.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. If you want to send me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. I feel like I haven't talked to Chris Frangiola in 100 years. Has it been that long, Chris? Has it been 100 years?
It's not quite 100, but it's pretty close. I feel like it's been a while now. And I'm excited to be back.
A long time. When was the last time you were in Cleveland, by the way?
It's been a couple of years, and I just did like a one-nighter, so I was in and out. I don't think I saw you guys. So since I've seen you, it's been about 3 or 4 years.
Man, look at that. I'll tell you what, for those of you who might not be able to conjure an image of Chris Frangiola in your mind, he immediately puts the lie to that old saw about, if you're too good looking, you can't be funny. This guy,
exactly.
Oh, come on.
Model-like features.
Not shy about it either.
I like model-like features. That's really the important part.
Years ago, when I was watching afternoon TV, they had a thing called for the Barbizon School of Modeling, and that was their catchphrase. If you have model-like features, call us. And now you could be a model.
Yeah, right. It's like on the back of the comic books when they would try to get you into art school by drawing either the turtle in a turtleneck or the pirate.
Or the pirate, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got burned on that one. I got burned on the sea monkeys as well. I've made some mistakes along the way.
Yeah, right. But the X-ray specs were 100. They were amazing. Yeah, they were fantastic. Chris is back to do hilarities for the first time in a while. Tomorrow night, Friday, and Saturday. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com. Are you a hitched guy now? Did you get married?
I got married. Yes, I got married. It's got to be it's 2 years now, maybe almost 3.
Wow, mazel tov.
You should figure that out.
Thank you.
You should absolutely figure that out. Consult with your wife. Find out how long you've been married. And
I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, she's a little worse at it than me. I'm probably better at it than telling you. I think it's almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years. So before the pandemic hits, let's just round it up. We'll round it down and say that when the pandemic hits, you guys have been married for 2 years. That's still, I don't know how long you knew her before you got hitched, but that's still kind of in a honeymoon period. Did that prove to be an issue that you were around all the time, or was it smooth sailing?
Well, we immediately had the garage turned into an office, and then she went out there, and it was smooth sailing ever since.
Right.
So yeah, once we were able to take care of that, everything's been smooth sailing. It wasn't, it's been. I would imagine it's wild for people. I haven't had it too bad because I was able to get on the road a little bit, even when things were bad. I was still out there getting coughed on by people in Omaha, Nebraska. I was taking my chances.
Living the dream.
And so what did that look like then? Was that a situation where like you would go to places where the city or the state was like, screw it, we're not doing anything different?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, we all know the deal. We've read the papers. You know the places.
Yeah.
And I would go to those places, and it would be, and it still is. I mean, there are some. Phoenix, Arizona is really screw it, and they'll just come right up and, they'll laugh in your face if you're wearing a mask, that type of situation. So, I dealt with a lot of that.
But also, if you were willing, it's kind of genius, because if you were willing to do that, you probably didn't have a lot of competition.
No, I think there were only a few people, and there still are. I don't know how many people are really getting out there. But yeah, I was one of the few who would go to a couple of places. I didn't go to some of the cities, but it was wild. I mean, the planes were empty, the airports were empty.
Yeah.
For that reason, it was nice. And then I went last week up to Seattle, and the planes were back. I mean, they're sitting middle seats again, like got people sitting right on top of me. So
yeah, they went from like 0 to 100 overnight, where they're like, all right, everybody, back in the pool,
Like Alan, literally overnight. I flew to Spokane, Washington to perform, and they had no middle seats. I flew back, and they had announced middle seats. It was like that flight was the first one where they were back to middle seats and just people right on top of each other. So it's I don't know, maybe it's happening. And then of course the comedy clubs, I don't know about Hilarities, but they've been, you know, working with limited capacity, which actually for me, a guy that doesn't sell a hell of a lot of tickets anyway, it's been great. You know?
Yeah, Hilarities. Hilarities has really spent the past year or so like nailing down every possible thing you could do to make sure that people, like they redid the HVAC and all that stuff, and you know, so.
And it's a big club, and
that's great.
They're at like just over half capacity right now. So.
Oh, okay, good.
And that's and you are selling tickets now though, because your podcast has blown up in the past couple of years. So
thank God, yeah, the podcast does sell some tickets, so that's been nice because you know there's no TV for me anymore. I'm too old to be on TV, so they have to. I have to just do a podcast.
I got to tell you, though, you don't look like a guy. I mean, I assume you're half joking, and a lot of people know you from Chelsea Handler's show and all that. But, I mean, you're also a guy who, Chris Frangiola is a good follow on social media because you're funny and you don't come off as, like, desperate. There's a lot of people on social media who really kind of come off like, oh, I got to post something, so let's see. Yours is just always, like, goofy and funny and organic, and that's what I think makes you such a great follow.
Thank you. Yeah, the desperate I can't handle. I know so many, and we're talking about some of the same people.
Name names. Come on, let's go viral.
and the desperate just kills me.
Yeah,
some of the desperation that I see on some of those Instagram stories and the TikToks and whatever else. But yeah, it's something you got to do. You know, it's whatever it is, what it is. But I do it. I have some fun with it.
Yeah, you always seem like you're having a good time with it. I know that your album has been out for a few years now. But what over the course of your career, that was still a long time before you put out an album.
Yeah.
Was that by design, or did you just was it never like a big priority?
It was kind of by design. I've been working on Chelsea lately for almost 11 years.
Yeah.
So while I was on that show, I didn't really have a hell of a lot of time to do much. I'd get out on the road a little bit, but certainly. So once that ended, I started to do albums and things like that, which was fun. Albums these days don't really matter much, but it's fun to have out there. I enjoy it. It pops up on Pandora every now and again, which is nice.
Was your wife concerned? I don't know if your wife's in the business or not, but when you were still out on the road, was she like up your ass, like make sure you do this and this and this and this, or was she like, you're an adult, good luck, you know? Hopefully.
Well, she came with me one time. She was like, let me come with you and see what it's like, and she came with me to Reno, Nevada. That's where I was performing at a casino in Reno. And she, about 5 minutes in, she's like, I don't need to come with you anymore. I got the idea. So that was the end of that. So from that moment on, she was like, go enjoy yourself. And yeah, so it's been good. She's let me just go out and be free.
It's probably, in the case of Reno, Chris, you know it was less seeing you in your element. She just wanted a free trip to the biggest little city in the world.
Who wouldn't? On New Year's Eve, no less.
Oh, New Year's Eve!
Yeah.
Oh, there was a balloon drop, by which they meant one balloon dropped at midnight.
It was a balloon of heroin.
I know how to show a lady a good time.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, man, good for you. Well, listen, I mention this only because we hope we'll see you in person later in the year. In October, you've been out here to the Sticks where the studio is. In October, we are going to be in brand new glass-encased studios downtown Cleveland.
Wow.
So when you come back through in the fall, you're literally going to be able to walk from the hotel to do the show.
Oh my God, that sounds amazing. I'm ready to go. That would be fantastic. I'm so excited to get back to like live in person seeing people. So that would be fun.
Chris Frangiola is going to be at Hilarities this weekend, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com. Chris Frangiola on social media, Jola. He's a great follow, funny dude. I'm glad to catch up with you, brother. I hope to see you in person later on in the year.
Thanks, Alan. You too. It's been a pleasure, buddy.
All right, man.
See you soon.
Take care. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely. Fire up WMMS.com. We're not texting these anymore. And good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword deposit at WMMS.com. That's Deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Deposit. I don't know why that word made me laugh. The key word is deposit.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Deposit $1,000.
Yeah. Alan, what the hell's going on with Fukushima? They're releasing all that radioactive water into the ocean.
Oh.
Remember the Fukushima nuclear meltdown in Japan years ago?
This seems a little late. They already released the Kong movie. Or the Godzilla movie. You want that viral marketing to go together.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't time that better. Millions of tons of nuclear wastewater from Fukushima will be dumped into the sea. They just found some guy who's like an oceanographer or something just found, they were like, it's this secret that's been kept for 70 years off the coast of California, that this company that was making DDT back in the day would just dump all their barrels of waste into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of whatever. And so this guy, I guess just on a whim, this oceanographer or something, he found out that there are like thousands and thousands of barrels in right off the coast of California. I don't know if it's near Big Bear or where it is, but this company that was like the world's main manufacturer of DDT 70 years ago was based in this town. And obviously this is before the EPA or anything like that, but still they were like, ocean's big enough. And at the time, you might have been able to make a case for that, but they were still, quietly dumping giant barrels of chemical waste into the ocean right off the coast. Pretty wild.
Yeah, we're not very kind to this planet. My girlfriend's on a whole kick watching all these different documentaries and reading all these books about how plastic's terrible and everything is just bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just every industry is destroying the planet. Chocolate. You want a nice little piece of chocolate? Oh, it was picked by slaves.
Right.
Sorry about that. That's so depressing.
It really is, and that's why it's like if you're trying to be a progressive person, there's only so much you can do, because these aren't things that are going to be unwound. We're not going to go back to something. There are little movements here and there where a company might go, okay, once it becomes prohibitive for a company to do something, then they'll go, okay. Like the oil companies started pumping money into green energy years ago because they were like, look, this is where it's going.
Mm-hmm. And just all like we're running out of fossil fuels. We're destroying forests and rainforests and stuff like that at just such an alarming rate. And go, but look at these profits.
Well, but also, if you keep your eye on the ball, there are people and companies and organizations and advocates,
absolutely,
who are working on things all the time. Now, again,
so that's great.
Yeah, you're not gonna like wind back the hands of time.
No,
but you're also not going to, for people who are like, well, that's just it. There's no thinking person who thinks that we have had no effect on the planet. There just isn't. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying to you.
It's just
for
one of those
some reason they're trying to sell you something
that when you're not aware of it, you can just kind of live your life and it's okay. You're just having some chocolate. It's not a big deal. But then when you see that they're kidnapping children and forcing them to work in these cocoa fields,
cocoa mines,
like they're like, well, it's
Get
just
down into
trees.
The cocoa mines.
So they just gotta they force these kids that are kidnapped to go and collect cocoa. It's just really depressing.
Yeah.
And it's like not like a small portion of the chocolate industry. It's like 25 or like 40% of the world's cocoa powder and cocoa is gathered by slaves.
It's like 2 out of 10.
Yeah, right.
Well, also,
you're just going to find some people that are just like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
there are plenty of people. Well,
that's fine.
But you also understand why people just throw their hands up. They're like, look, I want to be a good person. I'm like trying to do the thing, but I do like chocolate. And, so it's like you either find out that that's how they get it, or you go somewhere else and they're lying to you that that's how they get it. They're like, fair trade chocolate. It's like, okay, right. So you're this.
Well, they did it with coffee. Coffee was one of the things that was able to kind of turn the business around. And you can follow that model.
Right. But also, it comes down to when people go, well, I only want to get my coffee here, my chocolate, free trade, whatever adjectives you want in there. That's great. But then it comes down to people going, but do I want to pay $17 for coffee?
Right.
You know, it's like there's always a trade-off. So I understand why people...
Well, there doesn't have to be, because there's companies that are making so much money. So there's just so much greed at the top that if they would be like, okay, I guess our CEO doesn't need to make $700 million a year.
Right, but they're not going to not do that. I mean, listen, the business
But they
of...
could.
Well, no, they could. But again... I don't fault business for trying to make money.
I understand.
That's like what business does. They're not, even though legally they're people.
Yes.
Legally we are people.
But it's, you know.
It's just one of those things that's so deflating, and you go, well, I'm still going to eat some chocolate. But
well, that's just
feel
like,
bad about it for a different reason now.
That's like me with the whole Chick-fil-A thing. Like, those chickens are already dead, okay? I can't bring the chickens back to life, so I feel like I'm doing more of a disservice by making them die in vain and not eating the spicy chicken. It's not my fault they were made by homophobic.
So you rationalize in your head by, rather than not eating at all, you go, well, I'll give them like a Viking funeral down my throat, and they will have lived a good life.
Chick-fil-A is not going to stop killing chickens because they're homophobic, and Cody Poundcake Brown's not going to eat it.
Yeah, but that's the whole point when people get on these things, is like, if we all did it together, we could make an impact on it.
Yes, but I don't want to. I like Chick-fil-A chicken.
I totally understand.
We couldn't even get people to all wear masks.
No, right.
You can never hang your hat on, well, if everyone did it. Yes, if everyone did a bunch of things, we'd be in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
But that's never going to happen. But I absolutely, by the way, understand where more and more people are like, screw it, I'm going to be a vegan.
Mm-hmm.
I can't watch these movies. I can't eat this crap.
Don't do that.
You see how just the meat industry is destroying the planet, and how it's so upsetting.
Shut up, Bill.
I'm sorry.
I'm in the same camp.
Yeah.
My boyfriend's a vegetarian, and it's always that where he's just like, it's not sustainable, it's not healthy, it's not this. And I'm like,
she's not even preaching it to me. She's just watching these things, and I'm watching them with her.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, it's not easy for me to see this stuff and then go, ugh, I guess I'll just keep doing it. You try your best.
I mean, if this is what you're implying with your boyfriend, I don't need to diatribe on it, because by now everybody knows the facts.
No, I'm not saying that he does that, but if it does come up or whatever, and that being with him, I've significantly cut down how much I eat meat, because I'm like, I'm not cooking 2 dinners, or I'll make something that I can like
that's where you
chicken.
get them.
That's really what it is. Where I'm like,
don't cook 2 dinners.
I'm
barely cooking 1 dinner.
Right.
And then people littering. We saw someone litter the other day, and he just took his mask off and just threw it on the ground.
I don't understand that.
And he's right by a garbage can. And my girlfriend, like, she had her windows down. It was on Sunday. It was nice. And she just, like, quietly says, like, come on, dude. You're right by the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
And he, like, hears her. And he's like, look at you, stupid dog. And starts, like, screaming at her. And so the next day I went and found the mask, and I threw it and, like, picked up a little bit of other garbage and cleaned it up. But I don't understand people that are just litter bugs like that, where they'll just litter on the ground, or
just
they'll
because
throw
they can
stuff out the window. And like, I want to know what your mindset is.
I think that's
if you're that
part
kind of person.
I think that's part of the hell in a handbasket thing. I think that's part of people going, hey man, why, either they have no inclination to like think about it, or they just go, hey, everybody else is screwing everything up, but what do I care?
I've been thinking about this stuff a lot since my dad's passed, because
I'm going to die before the planet does, is where a lot of people are coming from.
Well, we were taught a lot of really bad things. Like, just now that I'm into my 30s, I'm realizing how terrible our upbringing was for a lot of reasons. Where, like, my dad would full-blown just litter and be like, whatever, it's not my job, someone else can pick it up. And I mean, it stems from him being such an unhappy person
and now
being poor.
You're dating a garbage man.
But I'm saying that, like, I think
your dad's smiling down from heaven. He was a job creator.
I think people are just so annoyed or pissed or wrapped up in their own life that they're like, screw it, this is the least of my worries, I don't care. And then, like, I littered like that with almost like a smug smile until I was probably 20 years old. And my roommates in college were like, you have to stop doing this.
Like, the world is your garbage
can? Like, I can do whatever I want.
Really?
You can't tell me. Because my dad did that, and so I'm not kidding. I didn't make a lot of my moral changes until I was well into my 20s.
I mean, I can see people not putting their nose to the grindstone and separating their plastics from their whatever, but throwing things on the ground, I don't
out
get.
my window, just throwing any trash I had out my window. My roommates in college were like, they were the first ones who were like, you cannot do this. Like, this is not okay to do. And I had the same, it's not that he taught us that, but we saw him doing it. And he's like, screw it, someone else pick it up. That's what prisoners are for. Like, you know?
Well, they do. They're out there in the jumpsuits and everything, but they're not going to get every single piece.
And
But
I just
that
hate
was
seeing it. I hate seeing the garbage all over the place.
He's just so aggravated and mad at his own life that if this is the one little thing that made you feel like you had power, I guess I don't know where it stemmed from.
See, that was the thing with my dad. Is he, as much as he's like a climate change denier and stuff like that, he didn't like litterers either. So like he wouldn't litter. He'd pick up garbage if he saw it. He still thought the earth should look untouched by man in those situations.
Okay, let me break. You want to get a text in 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to call us up live. 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. About a half an hour away from this week's Poundcake Sports Break. You get those around 5:20 on Wednesdays. There'll be a new Poundcake podcast dropping for you tomorrow. We will be out tomorrow and Friday, but you'll have a brand new Poundcake podcast to snuggle up with. And is there a new Bill Squire show coming up this week, too?
Yeah, I'll come out on Friday, recording it tonight.
All right.
In talks with my first sponsor.
Really?
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Look at you. Mm-hmm. I got to get me one of those for this show.
You have plenty of them.
I do?
I mean, don't you have... sponsor, whatever, what do we call it? Influencer campaigns? Those kind of things.
Endorsements,
that's the word.
I just got a sponsor for the first time, too, but
hey,
they don't pay me. They just listen to me when I cry.
What?
AA.
They're stupid. Oh, man, I was not... I'm sorry, I've been up since 3:15. I did not... I got a sponsor, too, but they don't pay me. They just listen to me when I cry. Right. See, it jammed me up because people who listen to this show also listen to you when you cry.
They have to, though.
Yeah, that's what... Right. Yeah. You get the call, no matter when you call, 2 a.m.
I almost got scammed yesterday.
You almost got scammed.
Because someone reached out to me via Instagram. And I was literally just talking about this, and I swear, someone...
Oh, like a person wants you to do... Yeah.
Like, oh, hey, will you sponsor us? Yada,
Let's
yada,
collab.
Let's collab. And then they hit me up, and they were like, oh, well, you want to buy one of our shirts? I was like, I do like one of those shirts. And then I'm looking, I was like, they seemed credible because they had like almost 1 million followers on Instagram, and they were legitimately liked by people that I knew.
That's how they get
you. So I was like, okay, I'm looking.
They seem legit.
And then all I did was type in the company website into Google, and it was like, scam, don't do it. I was like, they almost got me. I almost gave you my credit card information.
Well, yeah, because they probably buy all the followers.
But he said he saw people that are legit that are following them. But they just probably see the design, and they just like it, but they haven't actually purchased it.
Probably, but like they were like, oh, yeah, because they had nearly 1 million followers, and I'm like, oh... they're like, send it once you get your package.
What do they want you to do?
It was a shirt, and they were like, take a picture when you get your shirt, and then we'll tag you on there, and you'll be our ambassador, our influencer. And I was like, 1 million followers, I could use a couple million followers. That would be cool.
So you were going to be their shirt influencer,
but he would have to pay for the shirt.
Yeah, they were like, we'll give you 30% off. I was like, ooh, you almost got me.
Yeah, that's a way to sell shirts.
Oh, yeah, I was this close. So I text Erica.
We'll give you 30%. Yeah, she's a good sounding board.
So immediately I text Erica. I was like, Erica. And of course, she was asleep because this was like at 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, I shouldn't be on here buying stuff anyways. I'm getting ready to leave. I don't need to spend any money. And then, of course, that was before I typed into Google. Then when I Googled it, everything popped up. And then she's like, what happened? I'm like, I almost got scammed. That's all. She's like, oh, I get those all the time. Poop time. People want me to endorse their crap.
Mm-hmm. If they were forward about it, that would be fun. Hey, we've got some crap we're trying to foist on people. We think you'd be really we think you'd be really good. People would trust you to sell them some crap.
But they got me in because it was like the gay community. I was like, us gay people won't trick other gay people. I wouldn't be scammed by my own. Yes, it would. I was like, I want a little gay crop top. That'd be cool. I'm trying to get in shape for summer. And then they got me.
God, we would roast you if you were an influencer for pink mesh crop tops.
Why?
Hey, if he was getting money for it?
Yeah, if I was getting paid to do that and they want this in a crop top for their brand.
Just listen, first, get paid, chase your paper. But even if you were getting paid, we would still roast you.
I don't care.
Absolutely. But you get that good on-air mention.
Yeah, and you couldn't call me broke.
You broke in.
You do have enough listeners on your podcast that you should like reach out to people. I'll talk to you after. That's not for air stuff, but
who would you like to endorse, Poundcake?
who would I like to endorse?
Yes.
What would be a good endorsement for Poundcake?
What would be a good fit for the Poundcake podcast?
Cute little jock straps, nice little crop tops.
Some type of liquor, since you're always pouring things on your podcast.
It's not always liquor, though.
I'm saying some type of beverage, a wine or something.
What's Carla Rossi's?
Right. You just hear glug, 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 glug.
Aquafina, because she's a bad bitch.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Propel you into the future.
Propel, yeah.
I love flavored water.
Okay. Well, there you go. This is Poundcake for flavored water.
Sometimes lemon. Sometimes lime.
Sometimes.
Put a cucumber in it.
Who knows? Did you watch the Colton Underwood thing?
I was watching it in the break. It broke my heart.
Colton Underwood is this guy who he was in the NFL. I don't think he ever saw 1 minute of regular season play, but that was his hook, is that he was on a bunch of practice teams. I don't think he ever played a game in the NFL. But he was also
trying to stay pure.
Yeah, he was also
of the field and his, real life too.
Famously the virgin for multiple seasons, as I understand it, on The Bachelor. And I couldn't figure out why, because I was seeing these promos for Robin Roberts sits down with Colton Underwood. I'm like, who? Why? Who cares? I thought he's either on The Bachelor again, or he got into trouble or something. Well, he approached Good Morning America to come out to the country. And so now all the think pieces are, well, no wonder none of these women ended up being Mrs. Colton Underwood. I only knew the name because he went to Illinois State, and I have friends who were ISU alums. So he was a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap.
He was a tight end at Illinois State. I didn't make it up. Take it up with him. So I knew the name, and they were like, oh, former NFL player. I'm like, this guy he kept getting grabbed by teams and they throw him on the practice squad and then they'd cut him. So obviously that's when you're going to show up on The Bachelor. And I guess he knew what side his bread was buttered because he kept going back to The Bachelor. Did he ever get engaged?
He was a contestant. He was one of the finalists.
He was one of the finalists, and then he was the Bachelor.
He was the Bachelor, right? Because they get a fan favorite or whatever, and they bring him back
because it was all about him losing his virginity. That's basically what that season was about. Which one of these ladies is going to end up with Colton and soil him essentially?
Soil him. Yeah.
Well, that was like the allure of it. Like, oh, not only do we have to worry about an engagement on this season, but we've never had to worry about someone being a virgin. This woman's going to be in his life forever.
And not only that,
whether they marry
but even
or
if
not.
those producers had known he was gay, they still wouldn't have changed anything.
Nope. They would have said, keep it quiet to the end of the season.
That's right. Zip your lip. He's 29, and he said that he has been wrestling with this for a long time. He grew up Catholic, so he was taught that being gay is a sin because religion's awesome. But he said he's known he's different since the age of 6. And so I guess he's pimping a book.
Yeah, a reality show.
My brother tried to explain to me how being gay isn't a sin. It's like the act of sodomy is a sin. So like when you're gay, you're not doing anything wrong.
Does he know that oral sex is sodomy?
This was a conversation we had.
Oral sex between heterosexuals is still sodomy.
Well, that was what he said. Maybe he didn't use the word sodomy. He was saying that he
probably did, because he probably didn't know.
No, but the thing is that he is very informed about that kind of stuff. So he might not have.
Bigots usually are.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
Loves talking about, yeah.
No. I'm just saying that because I said something about I don't know. It always comes up. Somehow gay people come up.
I'm telling you, man, he's on the DL. It's always them people.
But he was saying, because I was like, I don't think that the way you're made is a sin, and yada yada yada. And he was saying that being gay isn't a sin. It's like the act of it.
Well, that's the dodge that religious people love to do: is hate the sin, love the sinner. Like, hey, I'm straight, so I don't have to worry about it. But if you like people the same sex, you got to never do anything about it ever, and you'll be fine.
You only have to deny your true self. as the Lord intended.
I can't remember the way he explained it because he was basically saying that being gay is not the sin. That like gay people are fine in God's eyes, but I can't remember what his.
So I'll just
where
ask
the
for forgiveness
demarcation line
each
was.
time I do some stuff.
That's not how it works.
The way you're explaining it, yes, that is exactly how it works.
Yeah, it's all made up, so it works however you want it to work. By the way,
every time I have a sodomite soiree, I just
there
have some
you
sage.
go. Yep. He's like, I'm already on my knees. I might as well pray for forgiveness. The First Time is Colton Underwood's book. He shared that so many people accused him of being gay that he started to believe it himself. I don't understand that. People accused him of being gay, and so he started to believe it himself. He is gay.
Yes, but I don't think you know that young what gay is. You
Oh,
think
he meant
gay
when he
is
was really young.
I'm guessing. I can't speak
see.
for his experience. I can only speak for mine.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity to sit down with you. Is there something that you
I wonder how Robin Roberts got the gig.
Because she's black. She's a black woman and she's a lesbian. That's why.
Is she a lesbian?
Yeah.
I thought she was married.
To a woman.
Oh, I thought she was married to a guy is
No,
what I meant.
she has a
I
wife.
didn't know that.
She's legendary. She is a queen.
Okay. She was on ESPN for a long time, right? Like she was an athlete?
I don't know that.
But she was like I thought she was an athlete or at least like a sportscaster or
She's
something.
built like one. I mean, she has some nice muscle tone. But no, she's a lesbian.
Oh, so that's why they grabbed her. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I thought she was married to a guy for some reason.
Nope.
All right.
So can you tell us what is on your heart that you want to share?
Yeah. Obviously, like this year's been a lot for a lot of people, and it's probably made a lot of people look themselves in the mirror and figure out who they are and what they've been running from or what they've been putting off in their lives. And for me, I've ran from myself for a long time. I've hated myself for a long time, and I'm gay, and I came to terms with that earlier this year and have been processing it. And the next step,
Jesus, they couldn't get this guy a glass of water
I know,
on
right?
television, for Christ's sake. Make
Gay
him
and
comfortable.
dehydrated.
No matter how much water you have, you're not going to be comfortable in that setting. Like, the most intimate part of you is being broadcast for the world to see. And it doesn't even matter.
Right, but I'm just saying stack the deck in your favor a little bit. You're right, but
so what he swallows, like, leave him alone.
Well, my point is you're going to get cottonmouth, and it's going to be more like Cottonmouth Underwood, am I right?
Yeah.
Anywho, see,
and
I
also
did it.
He's probably trying to get that out there.
That he's gay?
No, he swallows.
Throat noises.
Jesus Christ. Okay, anywho, back to Good Morning America with Robin Roberts, who's married to a woman.
and all of this was sort of letting people know. I'm still nervous, but yeah, it's been a journey for sure.
Right? They couldn't get this guy a glass of water? I mean, I get that he's nervous. Of course he's nervous. It's on national television.
Man, yeah.
Through the nerves, I can see the joy. I can see the relief.
I mean, I'm emotional, but I'm emotional in like such a good, happy, positive way.
See, I thought that was a really weird thing for her to say. But now that you told me she's a lesbian, I get it, because she knows where he's coming
from. Well, that's
from.
why all the gays, whenever they're in trouble, they always go to Robin Roberts, because she...
See, I don't watch that show. I assumed that George Stephanopoulos was the gay one.
No.
But I know he's married to
What
Allie,
show was this even on?
Good Morning America.
Okay.
But like
An
when,
exclusive.
When Jussie Smollett got in trouble, like, they went to Robin Roberts, because she's the resident lesbian. So
well, I figured that was because he was black, not because he was gay. I mean, they check both of those boxes, but I mean, it's usually how they'll line them up. I thought Strahan talked to Jussie Smollett.
Nope.
Jussie Smollett.
Robin Roberts.
I'm like the happiest and healthiest I've ever been in my life, and that means the world to me. And yeah.
What was that moment like for you?
Gay or straight, by the way. I hope you're noticing the pattern here, that when you shed all of the nonsense you were taught as a child, you end up being the happiest and healthiest you've ever been in your life. He said, I remember praying to God the morning I found out I was a bachelor and thanking him for making me straight. That's how it screws with your mind.
Yeah.
Thank you. God finally made me straight.
I used to
It's
pray
like,
for that.
A, God does not care. B, what did that have to do with the being on The Bachelor? You auditioned.
Because he was going to find a wife. They thought he was going to... He thought he was going
He's
to...
a
fall in love with a woman.
good-looking dude. I mean,
Finally,
it's-
can fall in love with a woman.
And that's the thing that makes... I don't want to be a hater because I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I completely understand. If anyone understands him, it's me. But also, I can't as much as I would like to because I'm not 6'2". I'm not rich. I'm not good looking enough to be on TV. So he will be, whether he wanted to be straight or in the closet, whatever, for the rest of his life.
I understand.
He is going to be okay.
He has a huge leg up because he's coming out on national television, for one thing. But how is he rich?
He played in the NFL.
Or
he was on practice
no.
squads.
And you know what else he had? He had some kind of a charity.
He had to have grown up with money because you don't get rich on The Bachelor.
No, he has like a big, what is it?
It might
it's
be
like
his brother.
Huge
I don't know.
He runs conversion
company
camps
or something like that.
and he made a bunch of money.
I mean, you're not supposed to get rich off of charities
That's
either.
not right. I don't know what I'm talking about today.
He's running a Ponzi scheme. He's
that gave you the courage to speak your truth as you are today.
I got into a place for me in my personal life that was dark and bad, and I can list a bunch of different things, but they'd all be excuses. But I think overall the reason why now is because I got to a place where I didn't think I was ever going to share this. I would have rather died than say I'm gay. And I think that was sort of my wake-up call.
Did you ever think about harming
You know, Bill, he's from Indianapolis.
Oh, I'm going to be there.
And you're going to be there this weekend. Maybe you can take some photos at whatever Colton Underwood statue they've got in that town.
Well, maybe I'll end up gay.
As a favor.
Can we please isolate? I don't 5'11", maybe I'll end up gay. We don't have a lot of Bill isolation clips.
I'll take that. Oh, that's funny.
There was a moment in LA that I woke up and I didn't think I was going to wake up.
When you grab it, you'll feel how firm it is.
I didn't have the intentions of waking up, and I did. And I think for me, that was like my wake-up call of like, this is your life. Take back control.
Anyway, so he comes out exclusively on Good Morning America. And so now I guess Bachelor Nation, as they call themselves, is probably really going back. And boy, first Chris Harrison and now this. How many hits can a franchise take? He issued a personal apology to Cassie, insisting that he was in love with her when they were dating.
And it moved once.
They never had sex.
Right. After they split, she got a restraining order against him.
Oh.
So he was really trying to prove that he was straight. I'm going to prove I'm straight so hard, I'm going to stalk you publicly.
I think she knew his secret. And he was like, please don't out me. Please don't out me. I can't believe you would.
Well, no, but
me like
even
that.
if that was true, I don't know where the restraining order would come in.
Because he probably didn't want her to out him. Like, who are you talking to? Where are you at? You're not going to do an expose on me, are you?
I was mad that he didn't pick Tia, quite frankly. She was the best looking of the group there.
Probably
he dated Olympic gymnast Allie Raisman. I know who that is. She's cute.
Looks aren't everything when you are choosing your straight wife and you're a gay man.
I guess so. But all these girls, they got to be like, well, you know what? There were no red flags there. I never saw it coming. Or maybe they did. Who knows?
I had girlfriends. I technically had more girlfriends than I did boyfriends, but I don't think I really count those relationships. Do my gay people who are listening, do you guys count your in the closet relationships as relationships? Because you weren't really being yourself.
I think it depends on how far it goes. Like, were you actually like making out with these girls, or was it just like, oh, it's my girlfriend?
School, yeah.
It was it was surface.
Very
and
surface,
the longest one lasted 4 months, and I would walk the hallways with her and take her to class. That was
I mean, it is a kind of relationship, obviously.
Yeah, that's about the same as like my relationships that I had in like middle school and high school, where it's like I had one real girlfriend in high school where we were like actually dated and would go, be around each other a lot and messed around. But then there's all those other when you're going out with someone and you're not really dating, you're just like high school dating.
You're getting dropped off at the mall.
Or middle school dating, yeah.
I didn't know if that counts.
I've got to take a break. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is at 5:30. I'll have another keyword for you, and you can go fund yourself if you want to text in the break, 3519.
WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
iHeartRadio is the #1 choice for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. No one makes it easier to hear everything you love in one free app.
The stations, the podcasts, the playlists that I love.
They have playlists for everything.
If you want the all-in-one experience, this is the app.
Pretty much any podcast you want is right there.
You name it, they got it.
It's perfect.
If you're not one of the tens of millions who have the app, download iHeartRadio for free today and start listening.
iHeartRadio.
What are you guys doing here?
They have to be here.
What are you doing here?
What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you to win in about 6 or 7 minutes. Next chance for you to go fund to yourself. Keyword for you. Another one at 6:30. Right after we get out of here. Tribe game tonight. Indians shut out the White Sox last night. 2-0 in Chicago. Each of them now have one apiece, so the third of 4. It's a 4-game series this time. 8:10 tonight on WMMS, so 7:30 something is when your pregame coverage is going to kick in here. Keep in mind, you can get all kinds of Buzzard merch, CLE Clothing Company. If you want to go to WMMS.com, just hit the Buzzard merch tab. All through the month of April, whatever remains of it, you can use the promo code Grand Slam. And that'll get you 20% off whatever you buy. You want to buy it in store, make sure that you do it at checkout. Want to buy it online, just use Grand Slam for 20% off. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a minute. Are you all rehearsed up?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of people suggesting that maybe you should try to get Chick-fil-A to sponsor your podcast.
I don't think they will want to.
All right. Poundcake needs to worry about that 1,200 milligrams of sodium from the sandwich, not the hate over at Chick-fil-A. Yeah, it's going to puff you up, son. You got to get off those sandwiches.
I haven't had Chick-fil-A in a minute.
You haven't really?
No. And I think it's probably because I'm stubborn. I refuse to order them off of Uber Eats because I still have gift cards that I have yet to use. So I'm like, I'm not going to pay for it if I have a gift card.
Why don't you just
drive through?
No, why don't you order on their app?
They have an app.
Everybody has an app. How did you not know that Chick-fil-A would have an app?
They deliver it to you?
I don't know. I've never used their app, but I know they have an app. But also, are you that
lazy? Yes.
Yeah, that you won't just go and pick it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
If he's going to go pick it up, we go through the drive-thru.
Yeah.
Right, but you can have it ready for you versus...
The drive-thru's pretty quick.
and the drive-thrus are incredibly quick.
Right.
So, yeah, you are so lazy.
Keep talking crap about me.
You are giving me facts and I'm repeating them.
You are Mr. Path of Least Resistance. Is that a nicer way to say it?
Yes.
But you also complain about being broke. But you do not broke things.
Fast food is the one thing I treat myself on. Okay. I'm not living high off the hog here.
But you can treat yourself by just going through a drive-through.
You should also treat yourself to better stuff.
But it feels good on the inside.
Does it?
I mean, not physically, but emotionally.
Emotionally. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, roast me. Go on.
No, I'm not going to roast you. I'm going to let you do the Poundcake sports break. It's 90 seconds. And again, the hook, the beauty of the sports break, is that other than just the actual references, it contains about 0% sports. So if you come to him looking for X's and O's, you've come to the wrong place. He does his own thing. The Poundcake sports break, soon to be brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, Cleveland Indian first baseman shared racist tweets he received after making a mistake in the 9th inning of Monday night's game against Chicago. Yu Chang, who is Taiwanese, said he respects freedom of speech, but encourages people to express it in the right way. In the wake of Asian hate crimes on the rise, the organization preaches tolerance and understanding that people will make mistakes. You ain't gotta get all racist. I need to apologize myself. I didn't realize that my tweet to Chang telling him to put and walk could be insensitive. I promise to do better. Also, this is a crazy story. Hundreds of French sports figures are accused of sexual violence. After a year-long effort to uncover the crimes, more than 400 coaches, teachers, and adults were suspected of abuse or covering it up. Most of the victims were under 15. At least, in the doctor's defense, children can be confusing. What do you expect a doctor to do when they ask you where it hurts? And you say, wee wee? and lastly, Jake Paul categorically denies sexually assaulting TikTok star Justine Paradise. Paul says this is just a pathetic ploy to distract him from his upcoming fight. He is pursuing a defamation case against Paradise, but he might have issues with the case. Word on the street is DMs were exchanged between the two, and the evidence could be pretty damning. You mean Paul telling Paradise he's gonna knock that poom poom out like fight night? It will come back to haunt him? Yikes! And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break on WMMS.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
What was the walk joke?
Put in work instead of put in walk.
Put in...
Like when you go to a Chinese restaurant or an Asian restaurant, they cook food in a wok.
In a wok?
Yeah. And so if I'm saying, put in work, put in wok.
A little pun. That's all right.
Well, I still don't get it.
I thought he was making a walk.
I thought he was making a baseball joke. Yeah,
and
a baseball
I didn't really
pun.
Get it either, yeah.
Okay, well,
That's
that
okay,
one
though.
fell off.
No, it was good.
The wee wee one was so good that it doesn't even matter.
Right. Wee wee.
Put in the put in the walk.
It's saying Chang put in work, but I said it in the accent. Put in walk.
I see. I mean, I thought like walk. I thought baseball would have been the most obvious walk pun. But okay, that's what threw me off. Otherwise,
dynamite.
Solid, right?
How many minutes was I, or how many seconds was I off?
You were no. You were like a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Again,
great.
I give you 90 seconds. You use however much of it you want.
I'm just trying to be more calm when I do it. So
you'll get there.
Let my jokes land and whatever.
Wee
wee joke. I thought that was a great joke.
Yeah, no, it was great.
I thought that was a great joke.
Another chance here.
I'm like, where's he going with this? And then I was like, French.
Chance for you to go fund yourself. It's $1,000 that I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
By the way, speaking of sponsors, this half hour brought to you by Bird Poop Car Wash. If you have bird poop on your car and need to wash it off, go see Bird Poop Car Wash. If you don't have any bird poop on your car and you'd like some, you can also see Bird Poop Car Wash. Their patented all bird poop solution neutralizes existing bird poop by soaking it in freshly harvested bird poop.
Harvested.
Is it?
They have 2 convenient locations. See website for details as to which location is water and which one is still poop. That's Bird Poop Car Wash. Thank you. What, Bill?
I'm not going to have a drone wash my car.
Well, these birds also, the birds aren't real. The poop is absolutely real.
How are you getting real poop from fake birds?
Harvesting. Can you hear?
At Bird Poop Car Wash, the birds aren't real, but the poop is. Thank you. Listen, we've all
they have 2 locations.
With 2 locations, we've played the clip before of that was something I wrote with my daughter and promised I would perform. The hog calling contest. Remember the hog?
I would like to hear a Nora read of Bird Poop Car Wash.
Oh, that would require a lot of editing on my part. I simply
you got a couple days off this weekend.
Yes, and that's how I want to spend them.
Squeeze it in
here, editing her. Right. The hog calling contest. I think this was in Iowa. It's a few years ago. Went viral because it's a lot of fun. Maybe Illinois, one of those I states. I don't know.
Illinois.
Freddie? Fred! I think I see him. He's right over here.
That's one guy. People step up. I don't even know what the prize is, but let's get in there.
These people probably sound that way while they're having sex.
Freddie! Freddie! If that guy's yelling Freddie while he's having sex.
Come on, pig. Piggy. Come on, piggy.
Again, I don't know if any... Yeah, right. But I love this because there's that guy that put Kenneth Copeland to heavy metal. And this guy has put the pig calling contest to heavy metal. It's a guy, a Dutch guy, I think. Andre Antunes is the guy who does these. And I love when he does them because they're so simple and they're fun. And, why not have fun with the people doing the hog calls?
This sounds like Primus.
I think I see him. He's right over here. Come on, pig. Come on, piggy.
That's when it really kicks in. Anyway, it puts a lot of work
We
in.
used to be so afraid when I remember this because it's hilarious now I think about it. We used to be so afraid to listen to Godsmack as a kid. We would go to our country skate land, like our
afraid of Godsmack.
Our skate
Why?
arena, and there would always be this little goth kid that would sit in the corner of the area and we'd listen to Godsmack, and we would listen to the instrumentals, but once the words started we would run away because we thought it was like scary. And so this reminds me of that.
I didn't know goth kids were listening to Godsmack.
Yeah.
You mean a kid with like Jenko jeans and
he had the whole nine, yeah.
The leather cuffs?
Yeah. And we
You might recall the last laugh was on Kenneth Copeland. But
Not
I like
yet.
that.
There's still time.
Can you also
Still be right.
They're still counting some ballots.
Can you also get the Cardi B one? The none of your pictures. The piano
That's a
version.
piano, though.
I know.
Right, but I think it has to be edited too, right?
I thought we played that edited version because we played it on here a couple times.
Yeah, because I edited it.
Oh.
But
I'm
I don't
still
think I
heavily in
have
the Wind of God camp. That's still my favorite one.
Wind of God is good.
It was.
I don't know what that one is.
The pick call one though,
bro.
if you told me that was Primus Pork Soda unreleased demo tracks, I would be like, yeah, I believe that.
Absolutely. Piggy, piggy, piggy. It's
Piggy, 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 piggy.
right up
With
his
the-
alley.
Piggy, 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 piggy.
Oh, you don't want the metal one. You
No.
want the blow, the
Yeah,
wind
we
of
had.
God.
I thought we had that one.
Then sang Moses
Oh, okay.
it.
That's
and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19. 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 I blow the wind of God. From the state of Washington to the state of Maine to Brownsville, Texas, and the tip of Florida. Today, we speak to this atmosphere. Today, burn this thing. This virus hates heat. You just burn this thing. Burn, burn. I call for a supernatural heat wave straight out of hell. Burn, burn. COVID-19. COVID-19.
Supernatural heat wave.
People would actually like twerk to this, like
I
not
like
even
it.
a lie. People would be in the strip club.
Well, the
to this.
video is intercut with people doing that thing in church where they
Get the Holy Ghost?
What do they do? Yeah, is that what it is? Where they flail and jerk around because they're full of the Holy Ghost?
That's real stuff, man, Alan.
It's just slam dancing. It's like they're at a DRI concert.
I've seen people literally have seizures because they caught the Holy Ghost.
I'm sure that you have. That's not because they caught the Holy Ghost. That's because they caught something that gave them a seizure. But then again, what the hell do I know, right? Yeah, the Jesus twins over here are going to give us a talking to.
Nobody's giving you anything.
Yeah, I know.
You're the one getting worked up.
I'm not worked
we
up.
Didn't say anything.
I'm not
By the way,
worked up at all.
That's the first time I've ever been called a Jesus twin. That I've never been insulted that way in my entire life from a heathen.
Yeah, don't worry. He'll repent one day. He'll figure it out.
I have nothing for which to repent.
It's not a sin to be Alan Cox. It's just what he does that's a sin.
Yes.
That's right. I am as God made me.
I thought about that, though. Can you just ask for forgiveness for all your sins, or do you got to do it each individual time you sin?
I don't know the rules. I don't. When it comes to
Depends
that,
on what religion you're in.
For all your lies.
You're not supposed to sin.
I know, but like a lie. There's no way I'm going to remember all the times I lied.
So just say, for all the times I lied.
It's the deathbed confession.
I feel like that sin costs more. You got to get a big... Yeah, you got to get a big one to just cover all your expenses of all the times you lied.
Just do a blanket. Be like, hey, man, I'm sorry for all of it. And then start over and don't do any of it.
That's impossible, though. You know you're about to sin. You know when you wake up in the morning, you're going to sin.
Try your best.
It also depends on how you define a sin, if you believe in that stuff.
One day at a time. Just don't sin today. You'll be all right.
Just don't sin
sober.
today.
Be a sin.
Yeah. Let me find some more Kenneth Copeland here. I give this guy props for just being around as long as he has been around, you know? Oh, maybe this isn't a remix. Oh. Hold on.
Just regular ranting.
Yes. This one's called Confess That.
You still have to confess that meth. Confess that meth. Confess that meth.
Confess that meth. Confess your meth.
Yeah.
And it's intercut with the Tiger King's boyfriend with two teeth hanging in his head.
You still have to confess that meth. Confess that meth. COVID-19 is a curse. I'm so sick. Oh, God, I'm so sick. I bet I got COVID.
I'm worried about what's going to happen to this guy when the jet black hair dye leaches into his scalp.
Look like Rudy Giuliani.
Hey, why are your sideburns crying? Are you okay?
It's the Lord's tears.
Yeah.
For all the sins.
Let me break. If you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Hit us up there if you like. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots.
This is a song called You Got It. The band is called Suspect 208. You ever heard of Suspect 208?
No.
It is drummer London Hudson, that is Slash's son. Of course, his real name's Saul Hudson. Ty Trujillo on bass, that is Metallica bassist Robert Trujillo, his son. They got themselves another guitarist. They did have Noah Weiland singing. That's not him there. They got a new singer. Noah Weiland, of course, son of Scott Weiland. He was their original singer. Strangely enough, already overdosed on heroin. No, I'm kidding. But they did say that Noah Weiland was heading down the same dark path as his father. And so it got in the way of their friendship and their band. So, the hook on these guys is they got a couple of famous rock star dads. But it's always interesting to see how the kids will go, too, because you can either completely reject what your parents have done and do something different, or you go, hey, I like Guns N' Roses.
I've been around it my whole life.
I like Metallica.
I like Van Halen.
Yeah, let's just make a band that sounds like that. So the band's called Suspect 208. I'm sure there's plenty more where that came from. They dropped that song on YouTube. Alan, maybe Poundcake was just trying to impersonate Fred Willard in A Mighty Wind with the walk thing. Remember, I can't do my work. The late, great Fred Willard was the management guy in A Mighty Wind.
My jokes don't always land.
The mockumentary. No, I understand. Hey, listen, who are you talking to? Yeah.
As you know, back in 1970, I started on a series called What Happened? And every time something would go wrong, I would look at the camera and say, hey, what happened? We had a lot of fun with that and a lot of other catchphrases. I got a real red wagon. And I can't do my work. And I believe I was the first one to use the phrase, I don't think so. But it only lasted a year, and that's good because that's how you...
They cut to the cover of Variety. What happened? Dumped due to total lack of interest. That's pretty good. God, I feel like I got a splinter in my thumb. I sent you guys that video of that splinter.
Oh, man, that was like a steak.
Didn't
use it
watch.
to kill a vampire.
It was like watching an Easter movie where they're crucifying Jesus. Yeah, this kid...
And the way it jumps out, too.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I think I don't know if I put it on our Facebook page or whatever, but yes, guy goes in, and the backstory is that he had been complaining about a splinter in his foot, and everybody thought that he was just imagining it because they couldn't find it. A doctor, and the splinter had basically gone straight into his foot, so you could just see the head of the splinter. And this doctor, who happens to be filming it, and he kind of squeezes, and the thing shoots straight up out of the guy's foot, like the ball of his foot.
It looked fake.
Yeah, it did look fake.
I thought he was just at home. Because he was like, it sounded like he was surrounded by like friends. They were like, so-and-so's been complaining about a splinter in his foot, but we couldn't find anything. And then these like scraping. Oh, God, it was so gross. So gross.
Yeah, it was nasty. But what are you going to do? You got to get that splinter out. Got to get that splinter out.
I read somewhere. Okay, I didn't read somewhere. I probably saw it on a movie. But if your body gets tired of the splinter, it will just push it out. You don't really have to do anything.
Or it'll dissolve in your body, yeah. But, I mean, it'd still be a pain in the ass until then.
Yeah, it's so
depending
annoying.
on how big it is.
I feel like after a certain point, you won't even feel it anymore.
The one that this was like 3 inches long.
Well, I didn't watch. I can't watch stuff like that.
I almost didn't. It wasn't as gory as I thought it was
saw
going to
the
be.
link, and I saw it said 2x4 or something like Splinter. I'm like, nope. I already know what this is. Alan only sends grotesque stuff or stuff that he wants to reprimand me about.
Well, we used to
He doesn't listen to what we say. He doesn't watch what you send.
That's right.
I'm squeamish.
We used to do Your Daily Puke.
Yeah.
At the website.
Those were fun.
Those were fun. Boy, I'll tell you, I can't tell you how excited I was, and I'm sure Bill Squire, who is quite a cultured individual, was too. When I first heard Blossom live, I thought, oh my God, Mayim Bialik, Ted Wass, they're going to get back on stage. This is amazing. That's not what it was.
Gin Blossoms.
Not even that. Ted Wass, by the way, the pride of Lakewood, Ohio. The dad on Blossom. Remember Ted Wass?
I don't remember that show that well.
You don't remember Blossom?
I remember the show, but I didn't remember. I was, 6 was my crush. Thought she was real cute. And then Joey Lawrence was the breakout star.
Yeah.
And then you had Blossom wearing her hats.
Yeah.
but I don't remember the dad.
Okay. Ted Wass was the dad. I should say born in Lakewood. He grew up in Glen Ellen, Illinois, which is a western suburb of Chicago, also the hometown of Sean Hayes from Will and Grace. But Ted Wass was on the show called Soap that was like this 70s parody of a soap opera that I remember watching when I was a kid. And anywho, the actual Blossom is going to be doing live performances. And I feel like safe to say that our own Bill Squire is easily the most cultured among us in that he enjoys going to the orchestra.
I really do.
He enjoys going to any number of
like
events
museums?
like that. He likes, well, I like museums. But in all of the time...
How many times have you been to the Comedy Center? The
401.
National Comedy Center.
Well, that's not in town. That's a road trip.
Yeah.
Are they open?
4 times. I don't know right now. Probably not. But I'm just saying.
But again, in the 11 years I've been here, I've never been to Severance Hall.
I haven't either.
And Bill has been there on a number of occasions.
Love
he
that
has
spot.
a tuxedo that he wears.
Tuxedo t-shirt.
White tux
it's a
and tails.
tuxedo hoodie.
Oh.
Sorry.
The Cleveland Orchestra is returning to Blossom this summer with live audiences.
I love that.
I'll go do that.
Is that when they like play to a movie, or are they playing their own stuff, or what is
It depends. Like I've seen them do the stuff where they'll play along with a movie. I saw them do that to Empire Strikes Back.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there when they just play a variety of different like movie soundtracks, or like the scores for like Jurassic Park, and they'll pick a theme for them and be like, we're gonna do Steven Spielberg movies or something like that. And then I've also seen them just do like a full symphony. I saw them do Beethoven's something.
Fifth, probably.
No, it wasn't that one.
Oh.
I don't know any
Fourth.
of it. Classical music.
It was Beethoven's fourth. Wow, that isn't performed live often at all.
Classical music creeps me out.
Creeps you out?
Because in all the horror movies, that's what people get slashed to.
No.
Yes.
What horror movies
All
are
of
you
them.
watching?
I feel like that's a juxtaposition people go to often, where they're like, oh, let's put something super gross and bloody and murdery against this beautiful music, and then people like lose their mind, or they go insane, or they kill people, and it's always the classical music.
Right, but I feel like it's more like this. Like they walk in and kill somebody where there's an old-timey
No, it's like a
record or
piano,
something.
just a piano playing, or like a violin, and I don't like it. Creeps me out. My aunt loved classical music, and she would play it all the time. And I'd be like, man, I don't like this. Please stop playing this.
Wow.
Makes me feel uncomfortable.
I used to play viola.
Okay, I didn't ask.
Wow. This one over here.
What? He looked at me like...
I didn't ask.
If something bad happens to me in Portland, you're going to feel real bad about it.
I told you
Not
not
from
to
the
go.
sounds of it, she's not.
I told you to stay here and get your vaccine. Cody.
He's giving you a little bit of information about himself. It's information we
Yeah,
have.
you didn't see him. He had his eyes all squinted and his head cocked. He said, I played the viola.
That's what he
With
does.
a
He
head
does his
nod.
little wiggle and
I'll be
If
quiet
you
the rest
work
of the
that,
show.
you could be in a calendar.
Yeah, right?
You should go to see them perform though.
Well, and I think it might be different if seeing it live.
Yeah, seeing it
but
live is very different than
Dude,
the
I
times when they use
swear-
it in scary movies.
If I went to the one where someone got killed or something, I'd be like, this is it. I knew it. I knew I should
tonight
have
we'll be
come.
performing the score from The Omen.
Right.
Enjoy.
Movies like The Omen use classical music and when stuff's going wrong.
Well,
Yes,
they're
those are movies
doing-
from the 70s. That doesn't
just
happen very
saying.
often anymore.
But they're using that's the score to that music. They're not using like classical pieces like
Right.
this.
This sounds like I should have a small sandwich and some tea.
Well, you could have
Get yourself a small
And that's the
sandwich
thing.
and some tea.
When you go see when you go to a concert at Blossom, all the prices are jacked up. When you go see the Cleveland Orchestra, you can bring in a picnic. You can sit on the lawn. Anything you want to bring in, you can sit there with an AR-15. And they'll be like, happy
That's
to have
what
you
I'm
here.
saying. I don't wanna-
No, I'm saying, but you can bring in any food you want and any beverages you want. It's a great time.
I mean, the social distancing on the lawn's kind of built in.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to sit next to anybody out there on the lawn. And you figure last summer, everything was so tense, nobody knew what was going on. They probably would have loved to have done shows and been like, look, you can be way far.
Yeah, right.
But you probably couldn't even suggest it last summer.
This is creepy music.
Only
this is
if
more
you
of an opera thing.
if you associate it with the movie, I guess.
No, I don't even know what movie this is from.
It's from The Omen.
Well, that's like the
Oh, well,
Omen
I don't
score,
like
though,
it.
but that's not like
It's not a piece of classical
It's not a
music.
piece of classical music. That's
It
not
was
classical music.
It was composed for the.
No, it's
the film.
orchestral music. There's a.
This is a horn.
Yes, horns are prominent in classical music.
Not in an orchestra.
Horns
The
are
orchestras
in an orchestra.
Why am I only thinking
There is
of
a
like
horn
string
section.
instruments?
There is also a string section.
Strings.
Woodwinds.
That's why you need to
and
go and
woodwinds.
see it all together and enjoy it, and it's very fun, especially when they do like movie themes that you know.
Yeah.
Like if you went and saw them do like E.T. or Jurassic Park or something like that, it's very entertaining. Like John Williams stuff is great.
Parts of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Does this creep you out?
Yes.
Because it sounds too much like The Exorcist, or what?
See, this is light. I picture someone frolicking to this.
This is Voices of Spring by Strauss. How about some Bizet? How about Tchaikovsky, The Nutcracker? That doesn't creep you out.
I like the Nutcracker.
That's a happy...
I've seen the Nutcracker multiple times. My girlfriend.
Because you associate it with Home Alone.
No.
Or other Christmas movies.
My girlfriend was in ballet our whole lives, and they did the Nutcracker every year. So I went and saw her do the Nutcracker like every
Now,
single
if
year.
this showed up in a horror movie, you want to talk about a juxtaposition. Would it ruin the song for you, or would
I
you
wouldn't
just
enjoy it.
You wouldn't enjoy the song as much.
Could you listen to the Jeepers Creepers song after it was in the movie?
Right.
We can throw ads in here. That's Mozart.
We don't have this on Next Gen.
We do
You
not.
lost it in the purge.
No. Barber of Seville from Rossini.
This isn't bad.
How about?
I guess I've also never seen, like, I've been to plays and stuff and musicals where they are doing this, ballets and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what I associate this type of like upbeat stuff with, but like the dark, heavy.
Well, and
murder.
if you go and like there's like I've gone to some opera at Severance Hall, and so you'll have them perform, and so the moods will change in accordance with the story.
Yeah.
And a lot of times those are tragedies, so they go to some real dark places. Like honestly, opera is way ahead of Pornhub on the incest. Like
Yeah, right.
They're all about incest and just weird, gross things. Not all of them, but there are definitely ones. And you're
Like I would
this
never.
is strange.
It's not cultured enough. Like I don't appreciate this type of music.
I
at
don't
all.
know a lot about it, but I just know I enjoy it, and I especially
It makes me
enjoy
uncomfortable.
seeing it in like Severance Hall or seeing it at Blossom, where like it's designed. Like Blossom's designed for classical
Acoustically,
music.
it's-
Yeah.
I do like though how some of the most world-renowned, benign music that there is makes you uncomfortable.
It does. It really
Like for
does.
most people, this is how they calm
how she
down.
feels, yeah. This is
They
not a
chill out.
calming thing
Has the
for me.
exact opposite
This
effect
is how
on you.
I feel when I listen to country. It makes Mary uncomfortable.
My chest hurts.
What about Haydn's cello concerto? Now this is number 1. You might like number 2 a little bit more, but this is number 1.
I feel uneasy inside.
Really?
I'm serious.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
could never
like-
work at a classical radio station then? you
No.
think? Yeah.
I didn't know those existed.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
they're mostly on like college campuses and things
Yeah.
now.
No way. My stomach hurts.
Maybe
I mean,
you're just hungry.
don't they do classical over on what's the one downtown? Where McIntyre is. What's the
The Woodwind.
Oh, NPR.
No, well, it's the
Idea Stream.
But what's the local call letters? It's
W.
PRV or it's well, WCLV I guess is Cleveland Classical, because you don't have to really you just Tchaikovsky's Serenade for Strings.
Bird Box was another movie where they were playing classical music while a dude went
Who
insane.
the hell paid attention to the music
I'm
in
just
Bird
saying,
Box?
those things stick out to me. That is a common thing for horror movies to play classical music while people lose their mind.
I just remember we watched Bird Box because that would have been like Christmas 2018, maybe, right?
Yep,
No.
A
around
couple
there.
years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
No, I was in my. I think
It was on Netflix, so you can watch it
Because
whenever.
I
one of
felt
the
like
first
I
movies-
watched that in my new apartment.
I did that as one of my first episodes of Flicks and Bill.
December 14th, 2018 is when it dropped. Because I remember we watched it over that Christmas holiday and we're off for a couple of weeks, and we took a couple edibles, and I just remember it kicking in halfway through the movie, and I was like, I don't know what's going on at all anymore. And it wasn't that great. Bird Box is pretty dull.
See MGK's butt.
I liked it. It freaked me out.
I didn't
That
think it
was one of
very
those
good.
movies where I'm like, I could never do this. Like, to have to develop that skill of just never seeing again and having to
Just when you're
navigate
outside.
and go get supplies. Oh my
That's
gosh.
what you're just going to be like how I am if there's an actual apocalypse here. I'll be like, I'm out. I don't need
I
to
don't know
try and
about that.
survive in this post-apocalyptic world. What got me into classical music, though, was old Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
Like that's
Peer Gynt and those kinds of things, yeah.
They say listening to classical music makes you smarter if you listen to it on a regular basis.
How?
That's just what scientists say.
Because you don't say, ooh, it makes my stomach hurt.
My chest feels weird, dude. I'm not kidding. Like, it's my anxiety got spiked.
Well, obviously it wouldn't calm you down.
No.
Yeah.
Stats just show that people who listen and or play classical music have a higher IQ.
Maybe.
I don't know that that's the case. I think they're working backwards from
They tell you to
so,
do
too.
that when you're like pregnant, like to play classical music on the headphones on your belly.
Well, I think my mom was listening to Celine Dion when she was pregnant with me.
Maybe she should have listened to some classical music.
Tina Marie, maybe.
Tina Marie, Lover Girl.
La 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 la.
Ew.
La 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 la.
La 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 la.
That's Minnie Riperton. That was Minnie Riperton. That wasn't Tina Marie.
Oh, sorry.
That was, who's Minnie Riperton? She Loving You is the song he's talking about, right?
I know that song from South Park.
But Minnie Riperton, Maya Rudolph's mother.
Hey.
She's passed away, of course.
That's
but, I mean,
cool.
yeah. So she got her talent honest. 95.5 The Fish used to be a classical station. That's where Poundcake used to work.
Yeah, Cody works there. It's his third job.
It's his third go-round at The Fish.
According to my paw.
My friend called that movie Turd Box because it was so bad.
Oh, we
It
get
wasn't bad.
Well,
get
you know.
It wasn't bad.
It was a thriller.
I just don't like.
I didn't think it was good, though, either.
It was like a fine movie.
It was interesting.
It was
I was
okay.
The
They were like,
memes, see, and that's the thing. Is like that's one of those movies that the memes were better than the movie. So like the movie was okay, but the memes were great. So I remember it fondly.
Girls
I
were like,
that.
when I see a dude that don't make six figures and they just have Sandra Bullock with the blindfold on, they walk outside. There's no good guys. Makes under six figures.
Under 6 feet tall, yeah, all that stuff.
oh, I love Sandy Bullock. She's the best.
Still a bad bitch.
She's in some high-profile thing coming out, isn't she? Sandra Bullock.
Miss
is-
Congeniality 3.
No, she's part of some Marvel thing, or what did I just see she's going to be a part of? That I was like, oh, good for her. I don't know.
The new Jackass movie?
What's that?
The new Jackass movie?
Yes, Jackass 4. With,
She took Bam Margera's spot. I heard.
Right, yes. Where the hell is her movies? Well, who cares, right? Let me take a break here if you want to get the... hold on. I found her filmography. Hold on, because I want to see what I'm talking
Upcoming
about.
projects.
Bullet Train? It's an action movie called Bullet Train. Yeah, her and Brad Pitt. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Anywho, okay, you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text. 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is about 20 minutes away from you as well. 6:30 is going to be the next chance for you to go fund yourself.
Show.
I will only be checking somewhat satisfied on our comment card.
You're not alone.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to roll. Thanks, gang, for hanging out. What do you got coming up, William?
New episode of the Bill Squire Show is going to drop Friday morning. You can check that out. Always have a good time on there. And then make sure you check it out on iHeartRadio or YouTube or wherever you get podcasts. Leave some comments on the YouTube, some thumbs up. That engagement helps a lot. And then if you're in the Indianapolis area, I'm going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire and get tickets to see me record an album at Hilarities May 7th through 9th. Hilarities.com.
Mary Lynn?
This Saturday, I'll be in Lorraine. Tickets are close to sold out. You can get that information on my social medias at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast tomorrow. I'll see you guys Tuesday if everything goes according to plan.
Right. Poundcake's out on Monday. Right. We're out tomorrow. We'll have fun out there.
Thank you. I will post updates, obviously.
All right, solid. Okay, guys, thanks very much for hanging out. We are back on Monday. Tribe game tonight. They won last night in Chicago. So 3-4 against the White Sox. Happens at 8:10 tonight here on MMS. So 7:30 is about when your pregame gets going. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself on the way here at 6:30. You can listen to the show anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And the Week in Cox, that is always Sunday mornings, 8 to 10. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. That is also available in podcast form as well. And anytime you want to leave us a message, do it at the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903. So that's it. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. $1,000 coming up.